Why is it over there? Why was it? Hello. It's good. How's it going, everybody? Thanks for coming today. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. We have some very important things to talk about. Lots to discuss. This is something that I just kind of wanted to start doing. I mean, every now and then I've been doing these random streams, but I kind of want to do them a little more regularly because there's a lot that I want to talk about in the future. Lots of different just general, nonsensical discussions about nothing, basically, just like whatever it is I want to do. One of those is actually going to be the seasonal impressions that I do every season, because that's something I've always been talking about. That's something I've always been talking about doing live at some point, because it's just a very casual thing that I'm doing. It's like, why not have some people with me on that, especially because people like to give their own opinions on whatever I say, and they also help me point out things that I might not notice. So that's something I want to do. So yeah, I'm actually kind of going to try doing this like every single Friday at this time. It's a little there is one thing that I'm a little bit nervous about, and it's that I don't want to oh, this is loud. This song is loud. It feels loud. One thing that let me know if the volume is fine on this, by the way. One thing that kind of concerns me is that I'm hesitant to get into streaming, because I know I have lots of friends that also stream, and so sometimes it's like they're streaming in the mornings and I'm like, I don't want to stream when they're streaming. Streams are better than videos. I mean, videos are good. Videos are also videos are obviously better if you're doing something like high production and stuff like that, but yeah, the more casual stuff I would like to do just as a stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. So some streams that I want to do in the future would be just more tier lists. So I think next week I'm going to do another Pokemon tier list, but specifically for soundtracks, because obviously Pokemon music is really popular, but I don't think people really talk about it all that much. It's just like, oh yeah, this game has really great music and that game has really great music. So I think that would be a lot of fun. One thing I want to do is whenever I finish the Breaking Bad rewatch that I started months ago, I would like to do a tier list of Breaking Bad episodes and kind of do an episode by episode review. Volume is okay? Thank you. I think that would be a lot of fun. Just lots of different casual things that I could be doing. And then maybe, hopefully, if we get more people watching these, this could branch out to other stuff in the future. This could branch out to video games or whatever. I think that would be I think that could be a lot of fun. So yeah, this is something I just want to do, because I do plan on getting back into making content. That's something that's been really escaping me for a long time. But I want to kind of get into the groove of making content. I want to get motivated to be making content, and especially because baseball season is winding down. And something that I've actually been doing for a while this year is I have my own. People talk about Lavender Town only. That's true. Something I've been doing throughout this year is I have my own baseball podcast. I just don't talk about it all that much because it's specifically for one team, and I know most people aren't going to be able to understand what I'm talking about. Some people have actually, some of my friends have been listening to it or listened to it one time and they were just like, yeah, I had no idea what you were talking about. I didn't understand anything, and it's like, fair, dude. So it is what it is. But finally, the baseball season is ending, so I'm going to have a lot more time to be doing that. And, yeah. So, anything else I want to mention? Oh, maybe after we do this, assuming it doesn't go 5 hours like everything else I do, maybe I'll do a little bit of an unboxing. Thank you. Nice hat, thank you. It's actually, it kind of looks, it might not look like it, but this is what they called a green strawberry hat, because you can kind of see it's got white specks on here that are supposed to be seeds, and then it's got this green underside to it. It was actually very expensive. This is like a $70 hat, but I got it off of Etsy. It's not like I just got it from some fucker on Amazon. But I'm like, I'm the witch hat guy. I gotta have the best witch hats. I gotta be that guy. Gotta look fresh. Anyway, so like I was saying, if my package arrives in the next couple hours, then maybe I'll do a Pokemon TCG unboxing, because there's a brand new Pokemon card set that literally just came out today, and I am getting a box of it. So that would be a lot of fun. Did you have anyone play in Fantasy last night? Yes, I had one of the wide receivers from the Bills, and that was it. So I got a few points. My opponent this week is Bacon, who had Bills as their defensive team, and also another one of their wide receivers who had a really great game. So basically, Bacon just completely fucking wrecked me yesterday. But it's fine. It's just one day and one game. I'm looking. I got my guy Mahomes, okay? Mahomes, my boy, my father. So I think I'll be okay. Bacon, he won yesterday, but he has not won the weekend. All right, I'm still in this. So yeah. All right, I think that's all the preamble stuff. Let's talk about these freaking games, dude. Let's talk about the Pokemon games, the things that have defined my life for the past 17 years, I think. I think the first time I played Pokemon was in 2005. I'm gonna guess. I think so. That sounds about right. And here I am today, wearing a Fennekin shirt, going by the name of Fennekin, which isn't even a Pokemon that came out in 2005. That came out in 2013, so amazing. I told you to never call me daddy publicly, Maz. Interesting. You might be wondering, Maz, what the fuck is this? I like to live with just a little bit of chaos. You never really got into the DS? Why? The DS is the greatest system of all time. The Nintendo DS, my dude, the Nintendo DS has The World Ends With You, the greatest game of all time. I don't know how you can't, like what? Are you kidding me, dude? And not just that, and you might be saying, well, The World Ends With You is also on Switch, but no, like, the good version of The World Ends With You is on DS. The proper way to play it. The system it was built and designed for. Which actually, think about. Oh, I don't have it. I was about to say I have it right here. Nope, it's right here. It's my 3DS, actually. My Sol Galeo and Lunala 3DS. Anyway. I've been fucking around for like 10 greatest anime of all time. Well, I don't know about that. the Twooby anime exists, and I guess I'm glad it exists. That's not it. It's certainly one of the anime of all time. All right. No more freaking distractions. Here we go. The actual topic at hand. Pokemon games. So, actually, oh shit, damn it. Of course, as I'm getting started, I want to make a new tier for this. So we've got S, A, B, C, D, E. I'm going to replace the E tier with, but haven't played, but probably will like. Haven't played, but probably won't like. I'm going to separate two different tiers for the games I haven't played, because I haven't quite played all of these technically. And there's going to be a bit of a difference between the two. There are going to be... you'll see when we talk about them. I don't even say this to be mean-spirited necessarily. But, yeah. Flip Flappers, greatest anime of all time. It's one of the anime of all time. It's up there with ReZero and Asuka Euphonium and Cabaneri and Rakugo in big order, which is now hidden by my monitor. My monitor too big for my desk. Or rather, my desk is too small and I built my entire room around it. Alright. So, yeah, and of course, mentioning that this is my opinion, all these games, and not only is it my opinion, but I'm gonna be talking about these games in comparison to each other. It's not gonna be like, how do I feel compared to other games necessarily. It's just like, how do I feel about this Pokemon game compared to every other Pokemon game? Because obviously I do like Pokemon in general. But yeah, so that's actually, that's really important to note as we get into the first entry in the series. We're finally starting, alright, with Pokemon Red and Blue. And I gotta say, Pokemon Red and Blue are kind of pieces of shit. Pokemon Red and Blue are not good, and I don't even want to phrase this like a hot take, because Pokemon Red and Blue have been so filleted that we're basically at the point where it's no longer popular or cool or counterculture to say that they're not good, or rather unpopular as opposed to popular. Whereas Pokemon Snap, I haven't played Pokemon Snap. This is just the main Pokemon games. I should have clarified that. This is just the main core Pokemon games. Small, I guess you could say a small exception is made for Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, and we'll talk about that. Like, I'll mention why I'm adding those when we get to them. But yeah, these are the main Pokemon games. So yeah, Snap is not on here. Haven't played it, but I don't know if I would like Pokemon Snap. The new one that came out, it's like the one that came out last year. It looked nice. Like, it did look really, really nice, but I don't know if it's something I would really, want to play. I don't think I would have a lot of fun with it. Maybe if they added Fennekin in it, I would have considered buying it, but they didn't. So really dropped the ball there. Kind of lost a customer right there. I mean, it's simple. If you add Fennekin to your game, I will play it. I will buy it. Or shit, add breaks in. Although I haven't played Pokken Tournament. But Pokken Tournament actually should be on this list, because Pokken Tournament is the best Pokemon game of all time, because the world champion used breaks in on his team. So clearly that's a superior game. Anyway, I also haven't really played many of the side games as it is, so it's alright. Alright, so Red and Blue, I've been around for, a while. I would say the times when I really started becoming active on the internet and kind of becoming the person that I am now, that started in the era of Black and White, like at the beginning of the 2010s. And I remember that era a lot. That was a time when people just really hated all of those new Pokemon. That was when it seemed more popular than ever to shit on new Pokemon and be like, oh, I miss the old days of Red and Blue. I miss Charizard. I miss my Pikachu. I miss Eevee and Gyarados. Right. And then now it's like, oh, there's a trash bag Pokemon. It's so bad. Pokemon's so bad now. But then, that kind of made Black and White the underdog of the series, and it built up this reputation of being underrated, to the point where now everybody talks about Black and White being the most underrated game ever, and that sentiment became so popular that it just kind of seemed to be the majority. And now it's Red and Blue that's like, yeah, actually these games are ass. Like, let me tell you, Red and Blue are ass. But I felt that way for a long time. There's a lot of different things you can say about Red and Blue, about why they are just not as good as they are. They definitely deserve a lot of credit for starting Pokemon, of course. But again, compared to every other Pokemon game in existence, it is probably the one I would least prefer playing. Like, I would rather play pretty much every other game on this list before playing Red and Blue, before revisiting Red and Blue, that is. I mean, it's right here. I got it right here. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. It got caught on my red earbuds. So, I mean, because the biggest problem with Red and Blue, alright, and again, you can go into so much detail about why these games are messed up, because they're, you know, you could write a book, and people have written books basically about how Red and Blue just have so many glitches, so many errors. These games are, again, these games are kind of pieces of shit. Like, they are not well designed at all. They are not well made at all. Some of it is actually forgivable. Like, some of the stuff I can forgive them for. Like the Hyper Beam exploit, where Hyper Beam doesn't actually have you recharge if you get a kill with it. Like, that's fine. Like, that's stuff that just kind of went under the cracks. It slipped through the cracks. It was just, you know, these guys probably didn't think of it all that much. Even some of the, you know, the dumb balance issues, like freeze basically being a kill, fire spin and wrap, you just get fucked for like 5 turns with that. You know, like, that stuff sucks, but it's understandable. Like, I can forgive that because it's a first time thing, and they kind of, you know, they learned later on. It's the stuff that is kind of beyond just honest mistakes, where just overall the design of some of it is really bad. Like, the balance of the game, aside from the stuff that I just mentioned, like aside from those exploits or those otherwise forgivable sort of errors, I guess. Like, why are the Pokemon in this generation so repetitive? Alright? Like, why is it that you get Bulbasaur as your starter, who's a grass and poison type, and then later on you find Oddish, which is also a grass and poison type, then later on you find Bellsprout, which is also a grass and... Why do you have 3 grass poison types in this game out of, you know, 150, which is a pretty significant margin? Why is it that Geodude and Rhydon and Golem, why do they have the exact same typing and then basically the exact same stats? Like, these Pokemon are identical in functionality. Why? You know, like, the variety of the Pokemon in this game is actually genuinely bad, and that's a big reason why I just find it difficult to you know, really come back to it, because it just feels like you're really limited in your options. Yeah, Charmander are kind of hard to use in Gen 1. Other starters can easily beat Brock with their stab moves. Fun fact, when I first played Red, I picked Charmander because everybody picks Charmander, and it wasn't Brock that I had an issue with, it was Misty. Misty and her frickin' Starmie. That Starmie, dude, like, ruined my frickin' life. I could not, for the life of me, beat Misty with Charmeleon. I got my Charmeleon to, like, level 30 or something. Like, it was so highly leveled compared to whatever the level was. It was like level 22 or 24. That's what her Starmie was. I still could not beat it. It did not matter what I did. I could not beat Misty. And the problem is, you're in that area of the game where you're just stuck there. Like, you are stuck. Like, when you enter Cerulean City, you are literally stuck there. And it sucks. It's awful. Because they close you off from Mount Moon for no reason, and then you can't actually get out of the city. You can't progress to the next route until you beat Misty. So I was literally stuck and I could not beat her. So I restarted my game and then picked Bulbasaur. I'm like, fuck this bitch. I am picking the starter that will beat her. And that is why Bulbasaur is forever my fave. That is why I am on Team Bulbasaur, because it beat Misty. Like, I did everything. I beat all the trainers in that area. I beat my rival. I beat SSN, or what? Wait, you don't get to SSN at that point. That's Vermilion City, sorry. Big L messed up facts. But yeah, I'm like, I don't want to grind wild Pokemon for like 6 hours to beat Misty. I'm just going to restart. So yeah, fuck that. But yeah, like I mentioned, you're stuck in Cerulean City until you beat the second gym. Kanto sucks. Like, Kanto is such an ass region. It is the worst region in Pokemon. It is not fun to explore. It feels like, in a way, it feels like actual urban America, where you just go down some streets and there's nothing there, and then you go into cities and you when you get into the cities, it's just buildings. And like, I don't know, some of the buildings have some stuff to do in there. And I get that, you know, maybe it's not super fair to criticize a region in a game that had such big disadvantages graphically, right? And you know, I get that, but still, like, the layout of the region is so strange and claustrophobic. You know, I really hate it. Yeah, Bulbasaur beats most gym leaders. Even when you get to Blaine, you'll be overpowered. The type advantage doesn't even matter. Yeah, exactly. I mean, after the first 2 gyms or so, type advantage doesn't really matter in most games because, you know, you're expected to get Pokemon of other types. It also doesn't matter too much because the AI in this game is so bad. Like, it's just so awful. It's literally just, if they have a super effective move, they will use a super effective move on you. And that's it. Like, there's nothing else, really. It's so linear, it's so simple. But again, that's fine. Like, I can forgive them for that. But back to Kanto, like, I just hate how Kanto is so bunched up. Like, you get these really long routes in the beginning and end game, but then you get this one section of the game where it's just city after city after city. You walk like 5 steps and you're in a completely different city. You're in a completely different part of town. And it feels so uncomfortable. It is not fun to explore. I hate Kanto. I really do not like this region at all. Although I will also say, I know it might not be too super fair to criticize a region when they couldn't do too much visually, but something that I can't forgive them for is the freaking sprite art in these games, dude. And again, this is another thing that I know a lot of people have really picked on. The sprite art in Red and Blue is atrocious. Like I don't care if this is an overused talking point. It's true. It's fucking true. I really think that when people say they're nostalgic for, like, Gen 1 Pokemon, they're nostalgic for the anime and maybe the trading card game. Because in those forms of media, you actually got to see what the Pokemon looked like. Like, there is no way you actually liked Charizard by seeing this fucking hideous pixelated mass facing away from you. Like, what the fuck even is it? Let's just look this up. Let's look at this. Alright, like, okay, this might look alright, sure, but you're not going to be seeing that most of the game. What's the back sprite on it? Where's the fucking back sprite? Fuck. Where is it? Come on. Of course it's not going to give me what I fucking want. I fucking hate. Why is Google Images so ass? Doesn't give you shit anymore. There's no way those have been. That's not what it was. Well, you get what I'm saying if you've actually played these games, alright? It's terrible. It's just abysmal. The sprite art in these games is so bad. It's Golbat. Yeah, Golbat's ridiculous. Although believe it or not, I don't hate Golbat as much as most people because it's so ridiculous that it's memorable. Like it's kind of iconic how stupid Golbat looks in that game, but yeah, just saying again, a lot of the Pokemon are just hideous in that game, and there's no way people actually fell in love with a Pokemon through the games. They fell in love with them because they watched the anime, and it's like, oh, this is what they're supposed to look like. So yeah, Red and Blue, not good. Anthony Fantano memes. That's kind of my take. Again, I know this isn't a hot take anymore, but I'm not trying to present it like a hot take. It's just, this is how I feel about it. And this is how I felt for a long time. It's like the Pokemon community, or I guess anybody who talks about Pokemon, have all collectively come around to thinking how I feel. Because I loved Black and White when they first came out, but again, a bunch of these people were like, no, that's cringe. It's awful games. And I'm like, actually, fucking cool, you idiot. They all listened to me. Years later, they were like, oh, that funny guy on the internet was actually kind of spitting facts. So yeah, red and blue, I'm gonna... Yeah, D tier should be lower. These are lower. The lowest tier is just ass. This is the ass tier. So, that being said, we have to talk about yellow. We are gonna differentiate between the main, like I guess the original versions and then the versions that came afterwards. So we do have to talk about yellow separately. And here's the thing: for as much as I complain about red and blue, yellow is actually not bad. I mean, I don't love it because it still has a lot of the issues that Gen 1 has that obviously they can't get out of. That, like, you know, the region is still bad. Pokemon diversity is still pretty bad. Although, the fact that they force you to start with Pikachu is really, really interesting in and of itself. And, like, I don't know if a lot of people have actually played Yellow, but it's pretty interesting. Like, it feels like they were taking the gameplay more seriously than they normally would in a regular Pokemon game. Like, again, you kind of think of all those, you know, terrible balancing issues in red and blue, and it's like, all right, well, they probably didn't think of it that much. But with yellow, it feels like there was more of a conscious effort to make a more balanced and actually interesting game that, you know, kind of forced the player to make decisions that they probably weren't going to make, that they probably weren't making red and blue. Like, one big thing in red and blue is that everybody just picks Charmander and then never catches any other Pokemon and just sweeps their way through the game. So they're like, okay, here's Pikachu, which literally cannot do anything to Brock whatsoever. Like, Pikachu cannot defeat Brock. It's basically impossible. So how do you overcome that? You have to catch other Pokemon, of course. So what I thought was really interesting is that if you go into the route right before Pewter City, like right after the Viridian Forest, there's a patch of grass and there's a chance to get a Nidoran. And Nidoran can learn Double Kick at like level 10. So that's what I did. And I'm like, oh, this is the developers actually making a conscious effort to like resist what the player was probably doing in red and blue, which was, you know, just sweeping through the game with one Pokemon. Like, oh yeah, you actually have to go out and find new ways to battle. And I think that's really interesting. It's pretty cool. You don't have to use Pikachu all the time. You can just box it like every other Pokemon, but I think it's cool to have it like follow you around. I like it as like, it feels like a bit of a challenge because obviously Pikachu, like, statistically is not strong. So, like, it's going to die off early on in the games. I haven't actually beat Yellow, I will say. The reason why I have it at all, I don't have, like, the cartridge, but it's on my 3DS because it was on Virtual Console. So I've been, you know, I've played that a little bit. So I can't speak on, I can't, like, speak to definitively on it. There's Yellow. Probably can't see it all that well. Yep, looks terrible. Looks like ass. Crystal's also on there, but I have Crystal and cartridge anyway. Just felt like showing that. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten through Yellow, so I haven't seen all the changes that it made from regular red and blue, but I will say that I am liking it more than red and blue because, again, it just gives you a different way to play the game, and it feels like a bit more of a challenge, and it makes you it just kind of gives you these different options, and I think it's actually pretty interesting and kind of fun. So I'm gonna put Yellow in the C tier. Like, this is like, it's worth playing. I definitely think it's worth playing. I would say red and blue, you can skip red and blue, honestly. You really don't have to play red and blue if you're brand new to Pokemon, or if you just haven't played these games before. But Yellow, I actually would encourage people to play because it is interesting. So, yeah, they actually did a pretty good job of improving upon red and blue. And obviously there was some other stuff like Team Rocket, rather, obviously Team Rocket is in the game, but Jesse and James are in the game. And just, I don't know. So far, they've just been kind of there. But you can also get Charmander and Bulbasaur and Squirtle, which are kind of linked to like the anime events. Like there's a police officer who's like, oh, there's this squad of Squirtle that's causing a big ruckus in town. And it's like, okay, obviously this is supposed to reference the anime, and that's pretty cool. Also, another thing in favor of Yellow is that they actually fixed the sprite art pretty decently. The sprite art in Yellow is actually acceptable. It's still not as good as future games, but they fixed it considerably. So yeah, Yellow is the way to play Gen 1, I would say. Still not great games, but they did what they could with just how bad Red and Blue are on a base level. So I appreciate that. All right. So next, we have the first true sequel to the Pokemon franchise, Gold and Silver, Generation 2. And this is interesting. I haven't really thought about like where I'm going to put every single thing in advance. It's interesting because I have a lot of nostalgia for Gold and Silver. I'm probably the more... These games are probably more nostalgic for me than any other Pokemon game. Because they were my first Pokemon games. And there was a time when I played Peak Fiction. Well, God damn it, you just fucking distracted me. No, that's fine. I'm really nostalgic for Gold and Silver because there was like a time in my life where I played these games pretty much obsessively. Like, I played Gold and Silver for so many hours as a kid. I had a file that I eventually deleted it in like 2009, but it was like 350 hours. And the funny thing about that is there is no battle frontier in Gold and Silver. There is no unlimited battle facility or whatever in base Gold and Silver. So you're probably wondering, like, how the hell did you put 350 hours into it? Like, when you beat Red, you're done. You are done. There is nothing left for you to do in this game, assuming you've already fought the legendaries and shit like that. So yeah, you beat Red, and then you put that game away, and you're set for life, basically. Not me. I played it for 350 hours, and that was one file. And that's just because these games really immersed me as a kid. I like how simple the presentation was with the world and the story, but it still feels like lived in. Like, Johto is a really, really strong region. I love Johto a lot. Like, all the cities actually feel like memorable. Like, they each have a unique feeling to them. I love the way the region is designed. Like, you start off, you get a couple small towns in the beginning, and in a way, it's kind of like Kanto, where you start off with these long, kind of arduous routes. You go through the first gym, and then you have to go through this, long route with this freaking cave in it, and you gotta get through the forest afterwards, and another long route, and then, but the thing that Johto does that Kanto completely misses out on is that it actually loops back to the starting point really, really naturally. So it doesn't feel like you're closed off. Like, you can feel like you're far away from where it is you started, but it doesn't feel like you're just fucked. Like I said, when you're in Cerulean City, you cannot do anything until you beat Misty, and that sucks. And even then, I totally forgot to mention, like, even after you beat Misty, you still can't get back to Pallet Town, I think, until you beat Lieutenant Surge or something, because then you have to get through the Diglett Cave, and you have to get cut or something like that. Like, you're still just stuck at a certain point in the world until you actually progress through the story, and that sucks. You should play Crystal Clear. It's a ROM hack of Crystal, but it's open world. It has level scaling, and you can do the 16 gyms in any order you want. That's awesome. That actually sounds freaking amazing. That sounds like the best thing that anybody has ever done. I actually do want to play that, now that you mention it. Anyway, yeah, so just as a kid, I was so immersed with Gold and Silver that it's like I became a part of the world. Like, I would walk around in this world as if I was one of the, actual inhabitants of it. Like, I had daily routines. Like, I would just walk around. I would talk to people even though I've already read their dialogue several times over. I would keep track of all of the daily events that happen in the game. Because even though, again, there isn't, like, technically... Like, there's no battle frontier. There's no place where you can just battle endlessly. But every Tuesday or so, you get the SS Aqua. You get the bug catching contest, like, every Thursday. Every Wednesday and Sunday, you can fight your rival at Indigo Plateau. Stuff like that. So I would actually do that. So I just spent so much time just basically doing nothing. But that was fine, and that was a lot of fun for me. What having 0 friends does to a motherfucker, basically. And funny thing, in that file, I caught 190 Pokemon, somewhere around there, maybe a little more than that, but it was definitely at least 190. And then I had seen 230, maybe a little more than that again, out of the 251 that exist. I basically did everything that you could do by yourself, with the exception of catching the legendaries. I had a 350-hour file on Gold and Silver, or rather just Silver, and I did not catch Ho-Oh or Lugia. I killed Lugia because that bitch would not get caught. I spent like an hour trying to catch this thing, and eventually I said fuck it and killed it. So I never got it. And then Ho-Oh, you get that after you beat all 16 gyms. I had no idea about this. Like, you just get an item and you're told to go to the Tin Tower. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I do that, and then suddenly, I'm up against a level 70 Pokemon. My Feraligatr, which I had been playing with almost exclusively throughout this entire game, is level 70. So I freak out and kill it. Just out of sheer panic. Because I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I realize that was a legendary Pokemon, and I probably shouldn't have done that. Oops. Probably would have been really hard as well. I used my Master Ball on Snorlax in Vermilion City. I don't know why. Just felt like it. But whatever. It takes place 3 years after Crystal. That's true. That is... Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, you're talking about Crystal Clear. That place... that takes place 3 years after Crystal. So they, like, completely change... Huh. Interesting. They, like, change the story events and stuff like that. The story events. I guess I'll talk about the negatives about Gold and Silver, which is why I'm hesitant to put it in the top tier. Okay? As much as I love these games and as much as I'm nostalgic for them, I'm not as enthusiastic about them nowadays, and I probably wouldn't come back to them as enthusiastically nowadays, because again, there are just other options out there. But Gold and Silver does have some huge problems. And there's a pretty good video about this by Pokemon Challenges, where he basically calls out Gen 2 for being really, really weird with the Pokemon distribution. So kind of like I was saying with Gen 1 and how the Pokemon distribution sometimes feels really lacking, that's also true in Gen 2, but in a completely different way. It's lacking in that most of the Gen 2 Pokemon are not, number one, not good, but also not even available, which is so weird. And maybe, like, I wouldn't think about this in 2005, but thinking about it now, it's just like, yeah, it really is weird how there's a, you know, there's a new ghost Pokemon that they introduce. Like Red and Blue have one ghost Pokemon. They have Ghastly and Haunter and Gengar, and that's it. So Gen 2 introduces Misdreavus, so that we have a new ghost type. Except the ghost type gym leader does not use Misdreavus. You don't even see Misdreavus until literally Mount Silver, the last area in the game. That's also where you get Sneasel and where you get Larvitar. Like, so many Pokemon that are like literally not even available until Kanto. Houndour isn't available until Kanto. Like, it's just so weird how it's like, you know, they brought in 100 new Pokemon for this new game, but then they like hid them away. You know, everyone makes fun of modern Pokemon games for being so nostalgic about Gen 1 and things like that. And it's like, oh, we have to have Charizard in every game. Yeah, Gen 2 was the game that was most nostalgic for Gen 1. Like, Gen 2 has a Charizard in the intro screen for no reason. Like in the intro animation, it just has Charizard, you know, rise up and then use a flamethrower for no reason. Like, why is Charizard in there? Your time is up, Charizard. Go away. I don't get it, dude. You get Sneasel in the Ice Path? No, you don't. There's no way. No, you don't. Hang on. Okay. We're gonna find this out. All right. I do not think you get Sneasel in the Ice Path. I am pretty sure that is in Mount Silver. Okay. Ice Path in Crystal. In Crystal. And only Crystal. Here, sorry, it got cut off. Here it is. Alright. Alright. Close. But wrong. Technically, because we're not talking about Crystal right now. We're talking about Gold and Silver. And you don't see Sneasel until Mount Silver in Crystal. Or Route 28, which is the route right before Mount Silver. So, there you go. Yeah, but just like so many Pokemon that are just weirdly unavailable. You know, I mean, the list goes on. And even the ones that are available are usually not that good. Like, Ariados is awful. Even compared to Beedrill, Ariados is just terrible. And once again, the Bug-type gym leader does not use Ariados for no reason. His strongest Pokemon is Scyther, a Gen 1 Pokemon. Noctowl, probably arguably weaker than Pidgeot and Fearow. But once again, the flying type gym leader does not use Noctowl, he uses Pidgeotto. Why? There's only a couple that actually make sense. There's Whitney with her Miltank, which is great, and then Price with Piloswine. I mean, like, later on, you actually start to see the Gen 2 Pokemon, so you do see Piloswine in the Ice type gym. Claire has Kingdra. Although Lance doesn't, which sucks. You know, again, like, they add one new dragon type as on top of the one dragon type that you get in Red, Blue, and Yellow. But again, dragon type guy does not use it for some reason. I mean, etc., etc. It's just so weird. Like, the balance in this game is so strange. I actually have a theory, though. I have this theory about... Oh, actually, wait, hang on. I'm jumping around points. I was saying the Pokemon themselves are not very good. The ones that you can get, like Marill and Azumarill, are awful. They're terrible Pokemon. Sentret and Furret, worse than Rattata. Like, they're awful. What else? What other Pokemon can you get, like, kind of early that are brand new at this point? Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. Jumpluff is awful. It's abysmal. Ever played Pokemon Reborn? Seems pretty Mozcore. I might have. There was a time in like the mid-2010s when I was playing a bunch of ROM hacks, but I didn't finish any of them. I got to like the first gym and a bunch of different ones. So Reborn might have been one that I tried out. I kind of know what you're talking about. I remember when Reborn was like brand new and everybody, like all of my friends were playing that. Which is kind of why I was doing that. One that I played a little bit more of than most others was Omicron, which was alright. Pretty fun. Those ROM hacks are like... See, the ROM hacks are fun, but they kind of have the problem that many other Pokemon games have, which is that they get kind of dull because a lot of just the regular trainer battles are uninteresting. Just overall really boring. And that really describes Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Because, again, for as much as I love these games and for as nostalgic I am about them, they also have some of the worst stretches of like any Pokemon game. Like the Team Rocket shenanigans in Gold, Silver, Crystal, like it's mind-numbing when you get to that part of the game and you have to go through the whole Team Rocket hideout. You have to fight like 50 Team Rocket grunts, and all of them use coughing and Rattata, and they're all like 10 levels lower than you for no reason. So you don't even get experience out of this. You get like 1 level on one of your Pokemon, and that's about it. And then, basically right after you do that, you have to go to the radio tower and do it again. And it is agonizing, honestly. It is actually really bad. So again, like, really weird balancing decisions in this game. A lot of the trainers are just so underpowered. Like, again, the Team Rocket grunts are just horrible. They're awful. Most of the trainers in general are just way weaker than you. You get into Kanto, and even though everyone loves Kanto in Gen 2, and like it is cool that it's there, I also don't think people realize just how annoyingly limited and restrictive it is. Like, you fight all these trainers in Kanto, and all of them are like level 25. Like, you're post-champion, your team is level 40, level 50, and you're fighting level 25 guys still. It's like the game, it's like all the enemies, in this game are at level 25. They get up to that point, and then they just stay there for the rest of the game. And then, you know, like the gym leaders will be stronger, but even then, the Kanto gym leaders are like level 40 for no reason. Like, they're so underpowered, and it's so weird how it's like this. Yeah, it's so strange. I have a small theory about it. Like, I don't know if this is just some weird crack pipe theory that I have, or maybe I'm like legitimately onto something, but I feel like the reason why it's like that is just because they balance the game to be slower. Like, they balance the game to be a lot more passive. Because you think about how Chikorita is the worst Pokemon ever designed. Why is that? Because the moves it learns as level up moves are like Poison Powder, I think it learns Leech Seed, it learns Synthesis. Like, it doesn't learn attacks. It learns status moves. It learns passive moves. And that just kind of describes a lot of the Pokemon that exist in this generation. And you think about all the new mechanics, all the new moves that they added. They added all these like really passive strategies, and I feel like Pokemon was supposed to be like more, like, I feel like they were trying to make the game slower and more strategic with these passive moves, and kind of a focus on like defensive synergy more than anything. Problem is, it didn't work because you can just hit everything really, really hard and kill them in one hit, which is a lot more efficient. So, if that was their motive, if that was their goal, they totally fell flat on their face, which is why I'd say this is just kind of a theory. Yeah, Reborn gets hard. Yeah, a lot of those ROM hacks, like, I feel like the #1 reason for a Pokemon ROM hack is just to make it harder. Like, that's the thing with every Pokemon game. Every Pokemon game is not hard enough. So, they make them, I mean, which makes sense, because who's going to go out of their way to play a fan-made Pokemon game, you know? I don't think 8-year-old Timmy, who just really thinks Greninja's the coolest, is, you know, playing Pokemon Rejuvenation because, you know, he wants to catch more cool Pokemon. It's like, you play this because you're like 25, and you have Nuzlocke every game without a death. So you want a real challenge. You want to play the Dark Souls of Pokemon. So yeah. That's kind of my thing with Gen 2. Like, I do love it, but it's also very, very slow. And again, to harp on Kanto, like, it's cool that Kanto is in this game, and it's cool that Kanto exists, and you can access it, but also, they take out so many places in Kanto. Like, it's almost inoffensive. It's almost offensive how much is removed from Kanto. And again, I get it. I understand why they had to do these things, but at the same time, sometimes it just kind of feels like, I don't know, like how much of this is worth it? Like, is it really so cool to visit Kanto again when you go into Viridian Forest, but it's not actually a location, it's just a row of trees that exists, no trainers, no wild Pokemon, no, like, nothing. It's just like, here's where our forest is, I guess. You go to the Safari Zone is closed. You go to the Radio Tower is closed. Go to Sylph Company is closed. It's like there's very, very little to do in Kanto. I don't think a lot of people realize this. Like, they just say, oh, you go to Kanto in this game. You have 2 regions. It's like, yeah, one of the regions is awful. You know, again, I commend them for what they did. I commend them for trying and for having this in there. And obviously it was like a huge technical accomplishment to get that. But still, like, it's not as fun as everybody makes it out to be. It's not fun going around to, you know, landmark lists locations and fighting level 22 Nidoran, which you've already been doing anyway. So, but still, Gen 2 is a lot of fun. I still love Johto. The things that this game did, and you know, I don't think I'm actually really giving this game enough praise for just how much of a step up this was from Generation 1. Like, I complained so much about Gen 1 and how it did so many things wrong, but this game, like Pokemon really got their shit together and made a solid game that just felt a lot more fun. It's a much different experience from Gen 1 because all of the stupid balance issues, like, they really ironed that shit out. There's no huge crazy exploits that I can think of where it's just like, alright, well, you know, that's just silly. Adding Dark and Steel type to the games and nerfing Psychic types, stuff like that they did. All the quality of life changes. I didn't even mention how obnoxious Red and Blue is to play because you have to open your menu to do anything. You want to cut down a tree? Open the menu, select the Pokemon, select the move, then you can cut down the tree. Fucking awful. Gold and Silver? Press A out the tree and then you cut it. Wow. Look how easy that was. This is fun. So yeah, the balance upgrades, the quality of life upgrades, the new region that they added, overall, all of that is really, really good. So yeah, Generation 2 deserves a lot of credit for being so much better than Generation 1. Still, I think these games have some pretty big issues. So I'm going to put them in A tier. Or actually, okay, I'm going to put them in B tier. And here's why. Because Crystal goes in A tier. Crystal is Gold and Silver. Basically the same game, but a little bit better. A little more quality. You get some sprite animations in here. Oh, another thing. The sprite art in Gen 2 is fantastic. It's great. Like, they got it right this time. But then, you get Crystal, which actually animates them when they come out into battle. That's freaking awesome. And I don't know, like, I think Generation 2, like, I think Crystal might have had the fewest actual changes compared to base Gold and Silver. But still, like, Gold and Silver themselves were just solid and didn't need a whole lot done to really be improved upon. So, yeah, they could kind of get away with basically making the same game and just being like, oh, here's one about Suicune. Cool, I guess. And, you know, the Suicune plot is just like, it's just kind of there. You get this dude named Yucine, who's just, like, he exists. But they add a few different things. Like, they add a couple of, like, daily events. Like, I remember the radio tower in Crystal has, like, an exclusive, like, mini game that you can play. Where there's like, a trivia game you can play every now and then on certain days. What else? I don't know. Like, it really didn't change much. But it's fine. Because what it did kind of change was just fine. It was kind of like some small quality of life upgrades. Like a more premium version of Gold and Silver. These games were obviously on the Game Boy Color, although that doesn't matter too much because regular Gold and Silver were in full color anyway, if you had a Game Boy Advance, like I did. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's not too much to say about Crystal, but it's like it's still better than regular Gold and Silver, and also the most aesthetically pleasing cartridge. Look at how beautiful this thing is. That translucent blue, that is gorgeous, my friends. This thing is a beauty. I have all the Gen 2 games on cartridge. There's Gold and Silver. None of these games work, by the way. None of them work anymore. That's okay. It's alright. You know what does work? My memories. Oh yeah, and also Crystal added Battle Tower, which is, you know, like, I think that might have been the first time. I don't know if Yellow has one. It might, but I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah, Crystal having Battle Tower to just have this unlimited battle facility. Yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. So, I think for that alone, Crystal is better than Gold and Silver. So yeah, Gold and Silver, good. Crystal, just a little bit better. So, that's how I feel about that. Gen 2. Gen 3 was easy F. I mean, what? I don't entirely know about that, but we will get into Gen 3. So, let's move on to Ruby and Sapphire. Ruby and Sapphire. Here's a weird thing. Haven't played Ruby and Sapphire, but I'm probably not going to like it. Well, I'm actually not entirely sure. You know what? Maybe I will like these games. I guess I will. Because let's just get into Emerald, okay? Emerald, where is it? I think it's in, oh. It's right here in my Game Boy Advance SP. Emerald. Mwah. Mwah. Pokemon Emerald. Fucking S tier. Emerald is my fucking baby, dude. This game, this is another game that I spent an incredible amount of time on. I don't know how much entirely, because at one point, my nephew deleted my save file that had a Deoxys, and I think a Mew, and a Jirachi in it. So, that's cool. I don't have fucking feelings. But Gen 3, like, I don't know. I in a way, I might be even more nostalgic for Gen 3, because even though started with the Pokemon franchise, because like I said, I got into it in about 2005. So, I was effectively in Gen 3 territory. And when I watched the anime, I was watching the Hoenn series. I wasn't watching the OG anime. I mean, I would see it every now and then. Like, it would be on the Boomerang channel, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, most of the time I was watching the Hoenn series. I was keeping up with it weekly. And it was the Hoenn series. So, yeah. I was buying into the trading cards at that time. I was getting into that. I was in Gen 3 at the time. I can't show you it because it's buried under a bunch of different things. But my most valuable card is still from Gen 3. It's it's an Entei Gold Star. It's really cool. Hang on, I'm kind of taking care of something. Also want to check if that package is here, because I'm really excited for that. Okay, it's not here. All right, whatever. Wait, hang on. Okay. You didn't see that, and good. I didn't want you to see that. That was me deleting my L's online. Haha. No one can see them anymore. Alright, so what makes Gen 3 so good? It's actually hard to really say why, because at this point, like, you know, Gen 2 is great in a way because it's, you know, just an improvement over Gen 1. Gen 3 feels like an entirely different thing. Like, I even remember before I played Gen 3, when all I had was, you know, gold and silver, I would be at a friend's house and he would have Sapphire, and I would just like run around in the overworld, and I'm like, this doesn't feel real. Like, a Pokemon game that looks like this, where you run around and you do all this stuff, like, it genuinely didn't feel real. It was so strange. Like, it was really, really strange. And even thinking about it now, it's like I'm kind of taking that in now, because I'm, you know, I've been thinking about Gen 1 and Gen 2, and then as we go to Generation 3, it looks and feels so different. Like, Pokemon really changed and evolved and moved in a, not a new direction necessarily, but it just feels different. I think Game Freak understood that Pokemon was still going to be big, but it wasn't a phenomenon anymore. So they made Gen 3 into a more hardcore RPG with stats and whatnot. There is, Did You Know Gaming has a really cool video about Gen 3. And one of the things they said is that when they designed Gen 3 Pokemon, they intentionally designed them to be edgier. They designed Gen 3's Pokemon to be edgier and cooler looking, because they were aware that, you know, they had lost momentum. They were losing. Pokemon was not the biggest thing anymore. And also, they had Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming out, which I think was a really huge deal. That was, you know, like a fierce competitor for Pokemon's throne. And why did people like Yu-Gi-Oh! So much? Because it was like Pokemon, but edgy. All the anime characters had crazy spiky hair, and then you had the blue eyes white dragon, this freaking badass dragon, as opposed to, you know, boring ass Charizard. It's just a lizard with wings. Ooh, wow, cool. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the fucking, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the fucking Dark Magician. What does Pokemon have? Pikachu. So they made the designs of Gen 3 Pokemon to be cooler, to be more appealing to, like, older kids. So yeah, this was kind of Pokemon growing up with its audience a little bit, and I think it's really cool. Yeah, although it's funny, I don't actually like the designs of many Gen 3 Pokemon. Like, some of the good ones are really good. There are lots of bangers. There are also lots of really dumb ones. But still, Emerald is, you know, it's like you said, Jeremy. Emerald is like the most hardcore Pokemon game at this point. It's the most hardcore RPG, because this was the first game where they really upped the ante with difficulty, because, you know, Ruby and Sapphire, like, they existed and they were, you know, whatever. Emerald, like, really took all of the gym leaders and the champion, were like, all right, let's make them difficult. You know, like all these trainers are going to have, like, actually difficult Pokemon to beat, especially Tate and Liza. Tate and Liza fucking destroyed my ass for days. That was so freaking difficult. But that's also kind of because they were a doubles fight. And this is a weird thing that I'm very conflicted with Gen 3. Because doubles 2-on-2 battles are really cool and interesting, but they're not, like, capitalized on in this generation. Like, for the most part, you're still just going to fight one-on-one, and so you're basically conditioned to continue fighting one-on-one. And even when you get into 2-on-2 battles, it's just like, all right, just use your strong moves at whatever. It's like it's easy to just clear through it with your normal moves. You're not going to use Helping Hand in a lot of you're not going to use Helping Hand in single battles ever, so why carry it around when, you know, double battles only take up like a third of the game or something like that. So it's like, it's a really cool feature that they made for these games, but they didn't really lean into it as much for it to feel important. It was just kind of like it was there, and that's something that I am kind of conflicted about. And that's also why Tainted Lies are so hard, because it's like, oh, this is like a hardcore doubles battle where you actually have to use doubles strategies to beat them, where you've just been using regular super effective moves the entire time. I plowed through every trainer and gym leader and Elite Four member. I don't know. I mean, Emerald is definitely better. Is definitely harder than Ruby and Sapphire. I don't know. I haven't. It's been a long time since I've even touched Emerald, but still, I think what I love so much is that it just, like, there's just a specific feeling with Emerald that I don't think any other Pokemon game really has. Like, Hoenn is such a strong region. It's so well designed with how, with the division between land and sea, the way all the roads just kind of like circle around back to each other. Like, you know, you start off in the small town, and then, you know, you kind of, it's a little bit familiar with Gen 1 with how you go through, you know, a small town first, and then you go through a forest, and then you're at the first gym, but it's not dumb. Like it's done properly. Basically, Hoenn is Kanto, but good, actually. Yeah, all the cities feel really unique and feel really lived in. It's just a really, really cool setting. Just the way the game looks and sounds and feels. Like, it just gives me this feeling that I don't get with any other Pokemon game in particular. You got stuck on Watson's Magneton skill issue. Yeah, what else? I don't know. I'm not doing a great job of justifying why Emerald is like the best Pokemon game, but I don't know. It just, I think at least to this point, this was the best Pokemon ever done. You actually got I think for the first time, you got a strong variety of Pokemon that were also mostly good. There are a lot of stinkers in this generation. I will say this. I think Gen 3 might actually be the most hit or miss generation in terms of Pokemon designs and also viability, because a lot of the Pokemon that they made were specifically made for doubles battles, but they're useless in singles, like Plusle and Minun. They made them for doubles battles, but they suck in regular battles, so why would you use them at all? Or Volbeat and Illumise. Stuff like that. But again, forgivable. Still lots of really great Pokemon. Abilities added to the game. That was a huge thing. Abilities, like, added so much to the game. I don't think that they really capitalized super well on abilities in this game. Like, that would, you know, that's something that would just get better over time. But still, like, they were simple, but when they mattered, they were really important and interesting. Like every time you saw a Mightyena, it's like, you know, even though it was such a common Pokemon, it's like, oh shit, you know, Intimidate kind of messes you up, and that sucks. Stuff like that. Wonder Guard Shedinja, that thing is so funny. Using Shedinja is so much fun. Like, it's such a stupid ass Pokemon. It's so dumb. Why did they make it? It's such bullshit, but I love it. That guy is, yeah, that's great. Yeah, just lots of like weird, quirky designs and lots of like weird gameplay interactions that they made basically because of the abilities that they introduced. Oh, also just lots of stuff to do. I think that's one of the reasons why I love Emerald so much, and why it feels like such a a well-designed, well-balanced, and well-lived-in region, because there's so much you can do in Hoenn. You know, you get the berry trees, which, I mean, trees existed in Johto technically, but you actually plant berries. You actually farm in this game. You've got the Pokenav, which is, you know, just like the Pokegear in Generation 2, but improved. So that you don't have you're not limited to like 5 calls in total. So you can always like rematch trainers. You can also rematch gym leaders in the post game with the Pokenav, which is a lot of fun. You get a proper game corner, which felt a little better than the ones in Gen 1 and Gen 2. And maybe Gen 4, I don't remember Gen 4's game corner all that much. I think it only had slots. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Diamond Pearl Platinum game corner only has a slot machine, whereas Emerald has slots and roulette, which is really cool. You get 2 different bikes. Yeah, you get 2 different bikes, and you use them to interact with the region in completely different ways. You use the Mach bike to go super fucking gotta go fast, and then you use the Acro bike, which looks funny as fuck, and then you jump over those rocks, and that's awesome. Like the ways you can explore the region. Like there's so many side locations in this game. There's so many parts of Hoenn that you don't need to go through, but it's a lot of fun to get through them anyway. Like Meteor Falls is fun, Granite Cave with the Mach bike, or a bunch of routes with the Acro bike. It's great. You get secret bases in this game, dude. Secret fucking bases. Okay? And you get secret bases in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, but they're not as good because they're underground. The fact that you can just walk up to a particular area of the region and say, "This is mine now," that's amazing. Like, that felt so good. Like, that was so much fun. That was just awesome, dude. Yeah. And then, of course, post-game, you get the fucking Battle Frontier. Like, the Battle Frontier is great because I didn't even understand how Pokemon really worked when I was 10 years old playing these games. There was no way I knew about EVs and IVs. Impossible. I had no idea. I didn't know about that shit until I was like 16. Okay? I was the guy who was still using Surf on Gyarados because I didn't even know that there was a difference between special and physical moves. I had no idea what any of the stats meant. I did not keep track of that shit at all. Alright? I just knew super effective move, good. And still, the Battle Frontier was so much fun to play with because there's just so many different things you can be doing in this place. And just the way it approaches Pokemon battles in general. Like, it's just so great, dude. Like, this, to this point, was the most complete Pokemon game ever. And it still is one of the deepest Pokemon games in terms of, like, what you can do. Just how much there is to do in this game. It's so much fun. It's so freaking good. Yeah, it's great. Like, I freaking love Emerald. There are a few Pokemon games like it. And it kind of going back to Ruby and Sapphire, because I was kind of debating whether or not I would actually like it. I think I would like Ruby Sapphire if I ever played, you know, OG Ruby and Sapphire. But the problem is, it just isn't as good as Emerald. Like, Emerald fixed a lot of things with Ruby and Sapphire. I think that Ruby and Sapphire actually had a pretty troubled production. Like, I don't know, Game Freak just kind of struggled with it, and obviously one of the biggest problems with them is that they could not transfer Pokemon from older games onto these games, which was, you know, obviously a massive issue. In fact, so much of an issue, I kind of mentioned this Did You Know Gaming video about Gen 3. I didn't know this, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Gen 3 was originally planned to be completely standalone and not have any old Pokemon whatsoever. They did not plan on having any old Pokemon whatsoever. That was a pretty late decision into development where they brought in older Pokemon, and it was basically just for balance purposes. Like, they made all of these new Pokemon to exist within this particular game, and then some older Pokemon just kind of filled in the blanks where they needed them. So, yeah, really interesting. But still, OG Ruby and Sapphire kind of has a lot of issues. Like one thing that really stands out to me, and this might be a really weird thing to focus on, but the text in this game, in Ruby and Sapphire, is really bad. Like, I don't know what happened, but for some reason it's really, really bad. And then they cleaned it up in Emerald. It's strange. But I don't know. Like, the games are just kind of clunky and just not all that well put together. Whereas Emerald kind of cleaned it up and just fixed some of the issues that they had. So, it's fine. I'm sure Ruby and Sapphire are still good because of a lot of the things that I said. It doesn't have quite as much as it doesn't have quite as much as Emerald, because Emerald introduced the Battle Frontier. What else did it introduce? I just had like a bunch of ideas in my head of things that it did. I forgot, but you probably get it at this point. So Ruby and Sapphire are probably alright, but Emerald is definitely like objectively the way to go. Oh! The thing that Emerald did is that it fixed the story. That's the one thing. What I think is always really weird about like Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, like the story in these games is so stupid. Like, it's dumb. Like, you just get a bunch of weirdos who are like, oh, we want to make more land because land good. And then a bunch of other people are like, no, sea good. We want to make more ocean. You know, having either of these games focus on one team is just not a good idea because they're so dumb. Emerald actually fixes that by saying, both of these guys are fucking idiots and you need to stop both of them. So, yeah. There you go. So that's how I feel about Emerald. Beautiful game. Fantastic game. Just amazing. One of the best Pokemon games ever. Love it to pieces. Alright, and now we get into FireRed, LeafGreen. We are still in Generation 3. I haven't played FireRed in a really, really long time. It is not a game that I personally own. I borrowed it at one point, and at another point I emulated it. So I don't have the most experience with this game, but I just don't like it that much. I'm going to put it in C tier along with Yellow. Because it's still like, I don't know. Like, I think if you just want like a base vanilla Pokemon experience, then go play FireRed and LeafGreen, right? It's a remake of Red, Blue, and Yellow, or rather just Red and Blue specifically. Technically Red and Green, which are the Japanese versions. But, like, it still has a lot of the issues that I pointed out with OG Red and Blue, where a lot of the Pokemon diversity is really bad. You still have a lot of the same typings appearing on many different Pokemon, many stages down the line into the game. So that's kind of boring. Kanto sucks and will always suck. I'm never going to appreciate Kanto. I'm sorry. Kanto is just ass. And like FireRed and LeafGreen have this very strange feel to them, where it feels like they were very excessive in how kind of gussied up these games are. I don't know if I'm making a lot of sense when I say this, but like, they just added, again, I just think it's very extra. Because like, when you use an item on a Pokemon, they play an animation for it. Like, it's just like, oh, here's the item being used on the Pokemon. And it's just like, you didn't need to do that. Or when you go into a new area, it's like, they have like this transition screen where it's like, here's what this area looks like or whatever. Or just when you boot up the game, it does like this thing where it's like, oh, here's what you did last time. Here's like a little flashback thing. And it's like, again, you don't need to be doing all of this. And it just felt strange and just, I don't know, just overall kind of weird. And I don't really appreciate it. And they were really trying to make this like the game to play if you were brand new to Pokemon, because even the first battle is like a hardcore tutorial where like you get into the battle and then Professor Oak is like, okay, here's exactly what you do. Here's what moves and items do and stuff like that. And it's like, and you also get the Teachy TV, the fucking TV that just plays tutorials for you. And it's like, why? Like, do we need all of this, dude? I don't know, man. Still, having Gen 3 mechanics is an improvement over Gen 1 mechanics, so the game is a little more fun, the AI is a little more advanced, and they added the Sevi Islands, which is a pretty cool thing they did. They added a brand new area to Kanto, a pretty big area at that. It's 7 islands, some of them being like actual like town-sized or route-sized locations that are just, you know, brand new, and you know, they're just extensions of Kanto. And I think that's actually pretty cool. I like that they did that. That was clever. That was smart. I don't think they have the Battle Frontier. I guess that would come later on with Emerald, because Emerald would be the last game of Gen 3. Yeah. They did have the Battle Tower at the very least, so it's like they still gave you something. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, you know, they obviously tried making some improvements, but at the end of the day, I still just don't like Kanto, and I don't really like Gen 1. I don't really like the super bare bones story that, I mean, like, it would be one thing if the story was just, like, nothing, but then you could go off and do whatever you want and then get more story later. Like, if you didn't have to fight Team Rocket, then it would be a lot better. But you do fight Team Rocket, so you basically just stumble into a few different things. And, you know, you basically just stumble into fighting all the gym leaders and beating the champion. Like, just because. So, yeah. I'm just not enthusiastic about Kanto and Gen 1 in general. So, FireRed, LeafGreen, I guess they're, you know, the best ways to play Gen 1. Technically Gen 1. But I just can't really get into them. So, they're alright, though. I would put them on the level of Yellow, because, again, if you just want the most basic vanilla Pokemon game, then there you go. I don't really know why you would want that, because I think vanilla Pokemon can be pretty boring. So, yeah. And I'll be right back, too, because we're going to be talking about very interesting games. And by be right back, I just mean I'm back already. I was just getting a soda. Just getting another soda from the fridge. So, next up, we've got some really interesting games to talk about. Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, which people kind of put together. I think that's kind of wrong. Colosseum and Gale of Darkness are different games. They're not, like, super different. They're functionally the same games. Gale of Darkness is, of course, a sequel to Colosseum. I kind of said Call of Seum. That was weird. But, yeah, I'm adding these games to the list because, like, hang on. Sorry. Like, even though these games were not developed by Game Freak, they have basically the same core mechanics of a regular Pokemon game. Like, it's like a reskin of a mainline Pokemon game where you're not fighting gyms, but you still do have like a number of clear bosses that you have to take down, and stuff like that. It's very, it's strange. It's an unusual game, right? Like, it is, I think the only way it's not like a real Pokemon game, like a core Pokemon game, is just that you don't travel around between places and catch Pokemon on your own accord. The only way you catch Pokemon in these games is you actually have to catch the shadow Pokemon used by the evil team of the region. the Team Snag 'em, as they're called. So you have to catch the shadow Pokemon, and then you kind of have to go through this process where you use the shadow Pokemon for a while, and then like give it special experience, and then take it to a forest where Celebi purifies them. Feels a little bit like fan fiction-y or whatever, but these games were not made by Game Freak. In fact, some of the people that made these games didn't know about Pokemon at all. So, I guess it's not far off. Let me down this soda. So, yeah, I don't know. Colosseum is just, it's a very, very unusual game compared to every other Pokemon game in the franchise, which is, again, why it's a little bit hard to consider it like a mainline Pokemon game, because you have to explain like all the things that it does different. Hang on, I got pinged. Okay, never mind. It wasn't anything interesting. But because it's mostly just Pokemon battles with the same mechanics that exist in regular Pokemon games, it's easy to consider them, or rather it's popular to consider them on the same level as any other core Pokemon game. The main thing that it does differently in terms of battles, aside from catching the shadow Pokemon, is that it's doubles. It is fully 2v2 battles in this game, which makes them a lot more interesting and a lot, well, I don't want to say like more interesting as if saying doubles battles are objectively better than singles battles. Actually, I will say that. Doubles battles are a lot better than singles battles. So, yeah, not only is it a lot more interesting and a lot more like strategic, and like the things you can do in this game are a lot different from what you would do in a regular Pokemon game, where your strategies are very linear, you know, you're just fighting one-on-one. Yeah, it's just really interesting. Like that, it just makes you do a lot of, it just makes you approach the games a lot differently than, you know, any other Pokemon game, basically. And I think for that reason, these games don't get dull in the same way a lot of the regular Pokemon games would. You know, and I don't want to be mean when I say that, but like, regular Pokemon games kind of have this problem where they're basically the time between the major fights is just dead time. Like, you're on a route and you fight some wild Pokemon or fight some trainers, and they're all just like intentionally lower leveled so that you're not being challenged, just so that you can, excuse me, just so you can farm experience from them, basically. You know, and then it's like the major fights, the gym leaders and the Pokemon League, that's like the main gameplay of Pokemon, but it's just stretched out over like a 30-hour game where you just have to grind, basically. It's a very slow, gussied up grind. That's like the average Pokemon game. But Colosseum, having trainers like that remain around your level consistently, and also being 2v2 battles that are a lot more interesting in their strategy, it doesn't get boring quite as easily. Plus, you also have the shadow Pokemon, so you actually have something to do in battles aside from just actually fighting. You actually think about catching the Pokemon, and yeah. So Colosseum is interesting. It's really interesting and really fun. I actually really like these games. They have a completely unique feel to every Pokemon game, and I'm not just talking about, you know, the things it does mechanically, but like the region that they were in. Like, they intentionally made these games to be completely different from regular Pokemon games. Like, they wanted them to feel different, as if they were catering to a completely different audience from regular Pokemon games. So, yeah, it's been a while since I've played this, but I think I'm going to put this in A tier. I think Colosseum deserves A tier. I don't think it's, like, amazing. There's a fucking fly in here. And I think the biggest problem with Colosseum is also, like, one of the things that makes Colosseum the game it is, which is that catching Pokemon is a huge pain in the ass, and also it's very restrictive in what you can catch. Like, you can only catch certain Pokemon at very, very certain times, and when you get to those Pokemon, you get one chance at them. Like, if you want to catch the Shadow Mareep that's in this game, you know, you have to fight the one specific trainer that has Shadow Mareep, and if you don't catch it in that battle, you just don't get it. Ever. I mean, I think you can go into the post-game, like Mirror B in the post-game will have every Shadow Pokemon that you don't have already, so you can eventually catch them, but still, you're really, really limited in what you can do. And that can be kind of disappointing. Kind of annoying. So, that I think is my biggest problem with it. I also remember these games having a massive difficulty spike late game. Like, when you get to what this game would basically consider the Elite Four, it's like the levels go up way higher, and they use they use fucking supermons. Like, they don't use legendaries, but you're running into pseudo legendaries. Like, you're running into like Shadow Salamence and Shadow Tyranitar. I think the strongest trainer has Shadow Metagross. I think one of them uses Slacking with Skill Swap, and it's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you just get your ass beat late in the game. I had a lot of trouble with that. So, but I don't know. Still, it's a fun game for like a hardcore Pokemon battling game, aside from like Stadium, which we had previously. You know, it's like it's a mixture between like the hardcore Pokemon battle game, but also still having some elements of the adventure RPG. Basically, it's just missing the in-between. But sometimes the in-between is kind of why some Pokemon games aren't very fun. Sometimes. So yeah. So that's Colosseum. Yeah, really great game. If you haven't played Colosseum already, download the Dolphin emulator and play Colosseum, because it's actually a lot of fun. And even though like I'm kind of describing it as if they're like it's not quite adventurous like regular games, because I was saying that you can't travel in between cities freely. You just fast travel from one place to another, but there are still places to go and explore, so it's still an adventure, and it's still a pretty cool region, the Foray region, which is based on Arizona, weirdly enough. So yeah, Colosseum, pretty cool games. Would love to revisit them at some point in the near future. Also, I don't know why Kyogre and Groudon are on the cover. Like, it has all these legendary Pokemon. Those are not in the game. Those don't matter at all. I don't know. I guess they just wanted to market them. It's like, hey, cool legendary Pokemon here. Whatever. Anyway, next we get into the sequel to Colosseum, Gale of Darkness. It's funny that people kind of like talk about Gale of Darkness just on their own. Like, this game just seems to exist in its own world, but it is a sequel to Colosseum. Like, it is a direct sequel to Colosseum. It is functionally the same game, and it takes place a couple years after Colosseum, albeit with, like, some new characters. Although some returning characters, like Mirror B in Colosseum returns in this game. And, again, it's been a while since I've played these games, but I did not like XD as much as I liked Colosseum. I feel like Colosseum was a really, really tightly made game. Like the gameplay, the design of it, the balance of it is just really tight. Whereas Gale of Darkness, I don't know, it didn't feel as strong to me. I can't remember entirely what my gripe was with this. That's just kind of what I remember about it. Like, it just wasn't as well balanced. I don't know if it was like the Pokemon that were available, or maybe it's just like the same game, but I don't know. It just doesn't do much to really improve upon Colosseum. You know, everybody like talks about Shadow Lugia, and it's like, oh, Shadow Lugia, so cool. But it's like, I don't know. Shadow Lugia just exists. It's like, whatever. Sorry, I had a stroke. The one other thing is that this game does is you can actually catch wild Pokemon, but of course in a weird roundabout way, not like in regular Pokemon games. It's like you go to an area and then you like place down a lure and then you can catch a Pokemon. But it's you catch like 5 different Pokemon in the wild. It's not much. So I personally am not as fond of this game as I am with Colosseum. I think this was, I don't even know if it's like necessarily a step down. I just think Colosseum overall is just a tighter game. Like overall, Colosseum was just had better design. It was stronger. It feels like Colosseum was made to stand out on its own. But then they were like, hey, this game was actually pretty popular and successful. Make a sequel. And they're like, okay, sure. Basically the same game, but Shadow Lugia. I don't know why it's called XD, by the way. I have no idea why it's called Pokemon XD. Pokemon RAR XD. I don't know. That's just what they called it. I guess to be edgy or whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, they're still fine. If you play, like I said, play Colosseum because Colosseum stands out really well amongst all of the main core Pokemon games. It's still functionally, regular Pokemon battling, just 2-on-2. Gale of Darkness is like, it's fine. If you play Colosseum, playing Gale of Darkness is worth it. I just don't think it's that strong. That's it. Not much to say about that. Alright, now we are in Gen 4. We have Diamond and Pearl. And I'm going to say, Diamond and Pearl are games that I have not played. Believe it or not, I never played OG Diamond and Pearl. This was a kind of a dead era for me, where I was very late to get in on the DS. I did not get my DS until 2009. And even then, I had my DS, and I got it for like Christmas in 2009, but my family was broke ass. So I got the DS, didn't get any games for the DS, but I got the DS. And it took me until the summer when I was mowing lawns to finally get myself a Nintendo DS game. What came out in the summer of 2009? Pokemon Platinum. So I played Platinum to completion, but I haven't really played Diamond and Pearl. Actually, small correction. Gen 4 has Dawn, which makes it minimum A by default. I'm just gonna say I was never all that into Dawn. I don't get what's the hype for Dawn? Why does everyone like Dawn so much? I'm also going to say this. Gen 4 was a weird time for me because I really got out of the anime at this time, which was for 2 reasons, okay? One, they changed the dub. They changed all the English actors for the anime, and they all sounded like fucking shit. So it was awful. Even like, not even the actors themselves were different. Like even the feel of the anime, like it felt like the script was different. Like it felt like everything was way different after, I don't know if they changed the dub after Battle Frontier or before that. I know Advanced Gen was like still 4Kids and whoever, but I don't know if the change came before or after Battle Frontier. So but eventually at some point they like fucking bombed the anime with all the new actors. They all sounded terrible. Like they all sounded like terrible knockoffs. Like they clearly wanted to get, like, obviously they had to change everybody, but they didn't want to make everybody sound different. But I could see right through that shit. They did not get actors and actresses that sounded like the OGs, and I did not like it. You're like 20 minutes behind the stream. Law had to do something. That's fine. And aside from that, the anime also changed the way... I think it just changed in general because something happened in Battle Frontier. It started happening towards the end of Battle Frontier, where Ash lost battles. Like, Ash would just clear through every region, every gym leader, and whatever, and it would be fine. But then the last 2 Frontier Brains, he actually lost to them, and it would have to rematch them. He actually lost to the last Frontier Brain twice. I remember that. I watched all of Battle Frontier. Then he gets into Diamond and Pearl, and he loses to I think he loses to Gary the first time he sees Gary again. Then he loses to Paul, I think it is in his first battle with Paul. Then he loses in the first gym battle. Then he loses in the second gym battle. Like, Ash is constantly taking L's in the anime. Ash went from being the OP fucking god who would just magically lose in the postseason to just like suddenly he cannot win a single regular fight on the first try. And you know what? I thought that was bullshit. I actually genuinely hated that. This might seem like a really weird thing to be mad about, but I was a kid who soloed every trainer in the games. So I didn't want to watch the anime where the guy loses. That fucking, I'm like, I'd be watching this and be like, how did Ash lose to this guy? I would kick this guy's ass. Ash fucking sucks at Pokemon. So that was how I actually felt about Pokemon in Gen 4 with the anime, so I stopped watching it. So if that's why everybody likes Dawn, because she does something in Gen 4 anime, I ain't fucking see it. Sorry. So I'm not attached to her. Anyway. That being said, back to the actual games. I have played the beginning of Diamond and Pearl many times over because I, like I said, I didn't have my own DS, but some friends had their DSs. So I'd be at a friend's house, he would have Pearl, and I would, I'd play Pearl. And what I would do is I would actually start the game over because the thing is, you can't save in Gen 4 and Gen 5 games unless you delete the file that already exists. So you can make a new game, but you cannot save it. That's the thing. And that's what I would do. I would make a new file without deleting his old save because I am a good person. I am a good friend. I do not want to hurt my friend's feelings. I don't want to end my friendship with my friend. And I would just play Pearl for as long as I could, in between, like doing whatever with my friend and until I had to, go back to my place. And I would get as far as like the second gym. I think that's as far as I ever got. I think one time I got to Team Galactic's Eterna building. That was about it. That was the best I did. So never got that far, but I have a lot of nostalgia for that. Those first like 3 hours of Diamond and Pearl. I can't even say why Dawn has hype. 11-year-old me liked her for whatever reason, and I just never stopped. Fair, I guess. I mean, I guess in a way I feel that way about May, because I started with Gen 3. And May was Gen 3, so yeah. Cool. I forgot to mention that the reason why I love Emerald is because it has the best player design. The fucking guy character in Emerald is the coolest motherfucker. He looks like the absolute... Look, okay. We have to... Alright, look at this dude. Look at this fucking dude right here. This man... I love this guy. This is one of the best character designs of all time. The fucking... The fucking drip, dude. Like, this was the shit. I thought that this design was, like, the coolest thing. So that's why I played Emerald so much. Because I loved being this guy. And for the longest time, I swear, for years and years and years, I thought he had white hair. I just thought he had white hair, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I would learn many years down the line that it is just a white bandana. But you know what? Still cool. He still looks awesome. Now, this one, see, this time you can clearly tell he's just wearing some shit on his head. This guy, he ain't shit. But this guy can fuck your bitch. Alright? What the fuck was with the white wig, though? Fuck off. Fuck off. The white bandana, no, that is peak Mazcore design right there. Before we had witch hats, we had white bandanas. We had white spiky bandanas. He is the coolest dude. So that's why Gen 3, that's why Emerald goated. Anyway, alright. I'm talking a lot about a bunch of other shit. I should be talking about Gen 5 Pokemon, or Gen 4 Pokemon. We're on Gen 4. Diamond and Pearl. So yeah, I have not played Diamond and Pearl. Okay, that's basically the whole thing. I haven't played these games, and here's the thing. I probably wouldn't like them. Because I kind of, I don't know too much about what these games are, like how different they are compared to Platinum. I just know that there are some really, really big issues with Diamond and Pearl. Namely that they are fucking slow. I mean, Gen 4 in general is slow, but apparently like the surfing speed in this game is slower than the regular walking speed. Why is anyone's guess? But yeah. What was I saying? Also, like, a lot of, like, the team compositions in this, like, OG Diamond and Pearl have awful Pokemon distribution. Literally 0 fire types in the entire game. So you get to the Elite Four fire type guy, and he has no fire Pokemon. Although, I do actually kind of like the idea of, like, gym leaders and Elite Four members having Pokemon of other types. Because... like, I think that's cool. I think there's more to Pokemon typing than just a Pokemon being a certain type. You know? Like, it's stupid to just have everything be a fire type so that you just use water moves on them. Like, I actually like that there are ways that Diamond and Pearl would make up the deficit, I guess. Make up for its lack of typings in all these different Pokemon. And they would just have Pokemon of other types that cover their weaknesses, and they would use moves of whatever type it is. So like you would get to this is a really egregious example, but Steelix is really common. Like a lot of the gym leaders use Steelix, and a lot of Elite Four members use Steelix as well, at least in Brilliant Diamond. I don't actually know it entirely in OG Diamond and Pearl, but OG Diamond and Pearl uses like all the Brilliant Diamond and Pearl. The remakes basically use all the same team compositions, and I watched a lot of Let's Plays of BDSP, so I'm going to assume OG Diamond and Pearl was kind of like this as well. So Steelix is a really popular Pokemon for opposing trainers, like opposing gym leaders, just because it covered a lot of different types, and it would also have a lot of different moves. So like it would learn Fire Fang for the fire guy, and that's cool. Like that's a good idea, but it was also, again, egregious, because then it's like every single trainer has Steelix and it's doing something different. It's like, all right guys, find a different Pokemon to use to cover up weaknesses and things like that. And they tell me it isn't hair. Fucking bullshit. Fucking Hairgate, dude. You know what? I'm still willing to convince myself that Brendan's hair is actually white. He doesn't have brown hair underneath that thing. No, that is his hair. That is his hair, dude. This is his hair. The white thing, that is hair. He just looks like that. I will not stand for the hateful propaganda of saying Brendan's hair is not white. Bullshit, bro. So anyway, Diamond and Pearl, I probably wouldn't like them if I did play them. And a reason for that is because I am not super fond of Platinum. Now, where to put Platinum? Where should I put these games? It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard for me to decide. Okay, I'm going to put Platinum in B. Although I'm going to be kind of negative about it. It's like, I am probably more divided on these games, or just this one game, than any other Pokemon game. Because Platinum does have some really, really great stuff in it. It also has a lot of horrible things in it. Like, in some ways, is one of my least favorite Pokemon games. But I also think about the stuff that Platinum does. And the stuff that Gen 4 does in general. And that, you know, I really have to respect it. You know, people always complain about Pokemon. And they're like, oh, Pokemon never changes. Every game is the same. Dude, that's bullshit. Generation 4 completely changed how Pokemon actually plays. dividing all the moves into physical and special moves, and just all the different things that they added, like all the new abilities and all the new moves and the new items they did, like, they completely changed how Pokemon actually plays. Like, this game, I actually genuinely think that Generation 4 was the most, like, revolutionary generation of Pokemon because of what it brought to the table. I mean, maybe aside from Gen 2, but Gen 2 had to do so much. Like, they're, like Generation 1 basically, like, you know, put out this completely broken system, and Generation 2 had to do so much just to fix it, okay? So on top of, you know, whatever, all, you know, how, sorry, the way every other game afterwards has simply built on the same system, you know, obviously the additions are, you know, maybe a little underappreciated, sometimes just kind of marginal. But in Generation 4, like, the way they actually balanced these games, the way they just changed these moves and all that stuff, like, that is so, I mean, that's something that's so important nowadays. Like, it's so critical to the balance of Pokemon and just how we play it. Like, it goes all the way back to what they did and how they changed these things all the way in Generation 4. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I actually have to kind of give at least a little bit of respect to Platinum, even if I dislike some of the things in this game greatly. And it does still have some of the coolest stuff in Pokemon. Like, like the story itself is something that I'm really divided on, because I think Team Galactic sucks. Team Galactic, awful. I hate these guys. I fucking hate Team Galactic. Like, it's so... This is another reason why I was kind of becoming jaded on Pokemon. And also keep in mind, you know, like, being into it for, you know, a few years, and me being a kid at the time, it was becoming really cool to hate Pokemon. So it's like I was, you know, the weirdo in my class because I was the one who still liked Pokemon, right? And that just kind of messes with you a little bit. It kind of makes you second guess yourself when you're that young, where I'm just like, oh, maybe Pokemon is kind of uncool. And then I would see, like, Team Galactic and their stupid ass fucking designs, and I'd be like, yeah, you know what? This is pretty uncool. This looks like shit, dude. So, I don't know, dude. A lot of the designs that they introduced in this game... Oh, actually, hang on. Before I get to that, I was going off on this one point. So I hate Team Galactic. I hate Team Galactic. I don't like Cyrus. I'm sorry. He's just so... Like, I don't even think that he himself is, like, bad. He's just such a weird contrast to, like, everything else in the game. Where, like, the game feels so, like, bright and friendly and fun and oftentimes really, really goofy. And then you get the leader of this, you know, stupid, weird nerd army, and he's just like, I hate everything. Spirit is incomplete. I want to build a new world where people don't have emotions. And it's like, what? And more importantly, what does this even have to do with Pokemon? At what point of doing all these Pokemon battles do we have to reflect on the human spirit or whatever? What does building a new universe have to do with all of this? This guy is fucking dumb. He's dumb and he's lame. I don't like Cyrus. I'm sorry. I do not like Cyrus, even though he's an edgelord and I am an edgelord myself, but he's a dumb edgelord. But for all of the complaints that I have about the story of Platinum and Team Galactic, the distortion world is the coolest thing ever. That whole, like, that climax of Platinum is, like, the most fun area in all of Pokemon. Like, climbing Mount Coronet, going on that, you know, like, it feels so epic going up Mount Coronet and taking out Team Galactic. Even though it does, like, it kind of starts off like Generation 2 with the Team Rocket shenanigans and the radio tower and their own hideout, where it's just like, oh my god, this is so fucking boring. Once you get up Mount Coronet and you're going up this really epic area, you know, and then you get the legendary Pokemon and stuff like that, and then you battle Cyrus and then Giratina, and then you're just in this insane, weird, abstract area that you're just left to explore it, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I remember the first time I played that, I was so glued to my DS. Like, I could not stop playing. I played that shit for hours and hours because this whole section of the game was so fun, and it was so epic and dramatic and awesome. It really is one of the best parts of any Pokemon game ever. Freaking love it, dude. Although, it's kind of weird because you beat that and it's like, alright, good job, you saved the world. Now you have to complete your gym battle challenge and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, we were doing that and we kind of got lost amongst all of that, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. That's a nitpick. That's a nitpick, Mr. Junkyard. Quit whining. But yeah, Sinnoh itself is a really, really great region. A really fun region to explore. Well, no, it's not a fun region to explore, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But at the very least, I kind of like what they were going for. Like, it's kind of like Hoenn, where it has all of these like roads that circle around to each other, and it does have a lot of really unique and memorable locations in a good way. Also, lots of really bad, unique and memorable locations, which again I'll get into. But it's also very large. I think the best thing about Platinum is that it's probably the biggest Pokemon game. I think it's actually even larger than Black 2 and White 2. Like, the region itself feels very, very vast. And even when you're done with all of that, you get a whole post-game island that has a bunch more routes and more locations and more things to do. And it has the Battle Frontier. It has the Battle Frontier. I don't think it's as good as the Emerald Battle Frontier personally, but it's there. It's still fun and it's still good. There's just a lot that you can do in this game. It's very much like Emerald, where it feels very, very deep and complete, and you can just do so much, and it just brought so much to the table, and that's all really cool. Here's a problem though. And this is why I'm so hesitant on praising Generation 4 in general. Because, you know, everyone says that Sinnoh is like this amazing region, is like the best Pokemon region ever. When I think of Sinnoh, and when I think of these games, I think of really, really slow, clunky designs. Like, that seems to be the theme of all Gen 4. Like, even the Pokemon themselves look like big and bloated and just like goofy looking. Like, this is another reason why I was kind of out of Pokemon, or thinking of getting out of it, and like why I myself was maybe thinking, oh, maybe Pokemon is kind of uncool. Because look at this fucking idiot, dude. Look at this dude. Like, why would they do this? So many just big, fat, weird looking fuckers, dude. And it's like, no, dude. And it was even worse knowing that these were evolutions of old Pokemon. I'm just like, why would they even evolve some of these Pokemon? This just looks awful. They ruined it. They took otherwise alright Pokemon, although Magmar was always a shit, to be fair. But like, no, dude. This one isn't fat, but like, still. What the fuck is this, dude? Like, just so many dumb, awful designs. There are very few Pokemon that I really like out of Gen 4. And even the ones that, you know, I do like just kind of look like they would come out of Gen 3, like Garchomp. I mean, everyone loves Garchomp. Who doesn't love fucking Garchomp? Well, not that Garchomp. This Garchomp. Obviously, Garchomp is the fucking coolest. But still, I just think of, like, really big, fat, bloated Pokemon. And I also think of a big, fat, bloated region that is actually kind of annoying to get through. Because again, everyone talks about Sinnoh as if it's the best thing ever, and all I can think of is the fucking swamp route, where if you fall into the mud, you have to circle around, you have to completely stop and circle around just to step out of it, where you take another step and then, circle around, step up, circle around. You do it over and over and fucking over again. And it is a nightmare to get through. Or, maybe even worse, is you go through the fucking snow route where you get into these pits of snow that are somehow cover your entire character, which is kind of funny for what it's worth. But you just walk through it so fucking slowly. Why did my laptop shut off? Hang on. Hello? What the fuck? I had my laptop on. I was on my other screen that I was looking at channel. And it's completely like shut down. Jesus Christ. I just think of that route and just how annoying and slow it is. And it's like, oh my god, dude. And also, I think of all of the rock climb sections. It's just like one after another. You press A on the wall. Do you want to use rock climb? Yes. Okay. Torterra, use rock climb. Press A. Do you want to use rock climb? Yes. Torterra, use rock climb. Do you want to use rock climb? Like, over and fucking over so many goddamn times. Like, the game has such poor quality of life. And this still carries on over into other games, and it exists in past games, but like it just felt at its absolute worst in Generation 4 because you had so much HM spam. There were so many HMs, and the thing is, HMs are not bad. Like Generation 4 is literally the reason why everybody hates HMs. Even though I'm actually an advocate of HMs, and I think that they were a good feature in Pokemon games, they were just used horribly. Because again, every single time you wanted to use one, do you want to use Rock Climb? Yes! Let's play the animation! And it just takes like a whole ass fucking minute to get anywhere because of how much just fucking bullshit you have to sit through to use an HM. That's why HM sucked, and apparently nobody realized that, so Game Freak is just like, okay, let's just remove this and feature entirely. Thanks. Never realized how many fat, slow Pokemon there are in Gen 4 until you said that, but you're totally right. Well, see? Exactly! I remember these Pokemon all coming out, and I'm just like, what the fuck are these dudes? What the fuck is this shit, bro? So yeah, it's a slow, clunky game. I think of the super slow animations in the battle, which is like a meme at this point, like the HP bar just taking an entire fucking minute to deplete. If you're Blissey, if you fight a Blissey, shut the game off and just destroy it. You're never beating that shit, dude. Yeah, I just think of that whenever I think of Gen 4. I think of these really slow, clunky games. Awful menu design. This is another thing that I don't think people really remember all that much, or maybe think about all that much, but Generation 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum has the worst menu design. Okay? If you want to go and navigate through your items, you can't, it seems like it would be really convenient to just use the touchscreen. But no, that's too simple. That would be way too easy. Instead, you have to twirl the fucking thing around. Like there's a Pokeball on screen. You gotta spin it around and then press this button in the middle. But you can't just go into your Pokemon menu and use an item. I wonder if I can show you this, okay? I'm gonna try booting a Platinum. I have it somewhere. Hopefully I can do this in 30 seconds. Where is it? Okay, it's right here. I'm gonna see if I can prove this. Because this shit pisses me off. If you want to use a potion, okay, you use it on the Pokemon, you can't just tap it on the bottom menu. You have to continue using the fucking D-pad and the A-B buttons and shit like that. You can't just use the touchscreen like it was intended for. Why? And also keep in mind that in Generation 4, they removed the bag item space because they added 17,000 items to the game. So there's a lot that you got to sort through. Alright. I'm on Iron Island. That's cool. Alright. Let me show you what I mean, dude. Let me show you what I mean, dog. Alright. sorry for not the best quality. Hang on, we gotta move this. Welcome to my Mozilla's special presentation. All right, here's the menu. Okay, again, you would think that you could just like scroll through it. No, way too easy. You have to spin this shit around. You gotta fucking whoop, it got stuck. So now I gotta start over. You gotta be fucking precise with this shit just to navigate through your fucking items. But then let's try using like okay, here's medicine. Let's use an ether. Okay, let's use this. Press it. All right. I want to use it on a Pokemon. Oh, but wait, I can't just tap the screen and use it on a Pokemon. I have to go back to my D-pad and then fucking press on this shit. Why do I? What? Then what is the point of having the fucking bottom screen? I'm really upset about this, guys. This really fucking sucks. I fucking hate Gen 4's menus. Who designed the menus in this game? Fire that person. Even though this game's 15 years old. But that shit is ass. Okay? That's what I think of when I think of Gen 4. And that's why I don't like Platinum as much as a lot of other people. Because that shit bothers me. I think of the games being super slow. Just not well optimized at all. I also think of the really horrible sound quality of these games, which some people apparently don't feel as strongly about this, but also there are other people who like know exactly what I'm talking about. But like, there's no need to be upset. Yes, there fucking is, okay? This is important to me. That hurts my feelings. But like the sound of Gen 4 in general is like the entire game sounds like it's being played out of a tin can. It's so weird. I don't know why it's so bad. Where is the 3DS game that I had earlier in this bitch? Oh, I put it in the 3DS. Okay. I thought I like dropped it. Like, I don't know, just something about the sound quality, like the sound font that they use for everything. Like, all the sound effects sound really bad. The sound font for the music just makes it sound bad. These games just sound bad. And that bothers me. Alright, there's just really huge issues that I have with Generation 4 in general. And that's kind of why I'm really hesitant on praising it as much as many other people. I think that Generation 4 is very, very flawed. Even though it does do some really, really amazing things. So I'll give it that. Like, Generation 4, it did a lot for the Pokemon franchise. And I understand it, like, we're like at the point now in history where a lot of my friends started in Generation 4. They're like, oh yeah, I was a kid when Generation 4 came. Like, Generation 4 was my first Pokemon game. And it's like, wow, I'm that many years old. Where my friend's first Pokemon game was the one that I remember like coming out and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. But that's all why I'm hesitant on liking Gen 4 as much as other people. I really, the flaws of these games really, really stick with me. So I'm going to move on from that. Platinum is alright. However, here's the thing. We're not done with Gen 4 because we still have another pair of games. At the end of Gen 4, we got the remakes of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the second remakes of the Pokemon franchise. And here's the thing. HeartGold, SoulSilver, I'm putting these bitches in the S tier. HeartGold, SoulSilver saved Gen 4. Alright? When people say Gen 4 is the GOAT, I don't think they're talking about the Sinnoh games. I think they're talking about HeartGold and SoulSilver. Because HeartGold and SoulSilver are pretty damn good. Alright? Partially because they are built on already good games. Here's the thing that HeartGold, SoulSilver does, and I don't think people really appreciate or notice this, okay? Everyone says that these are remakes of Gold and Silver. That's actually not true. That's my hot take. HeartGold and SoulSilver are not remakes of Gold and Silver. They're remakes of Crystal, which is the superior version. And you might be saying, well, it's called HeartGold, SoulSilver, not whatever Crystal. Yeah, I understand that, but if these are remakes of Gold and Silver, then why do we have Yucine in these games? Why do we have an entire plot about Suicune? Why do we have the things that Crystal added to Gold and Silver later on, like the battle facility? in Johto, which ended up being the battle frontier in these games. You know? Stuff like that. It doesn't matter. This is just like semantics. It doesn't matter. But it's also why these games are so great, because they took what was already good about, you know, I mean, obviously they're remaking Gold and Silver, but they're not ignoring the improvements and the things that came later on in these games. They're not ignoring the improvements that Silver ultimately made to these games. Improvements that are just so strong and, again, so necessary. It's like Crystal, I mean, I'm saying that, and I just kind of said earlier that Crystal like didn't do a whole lot, but still, like just having the stuff that was originally only in Crystal, you know, appearing in HeartGold, SoulSilver, that's really, really cool, and that's kind of why these games are so good. But still, even for remakes, like there's still so much that they changed for the better or added. Like the Johto region was already really good, and I already liked it, but they added so much flavor to it. Like they changed some towns to like make their landmarks stand out, like Violet City. Like I don't know if you could really tell that Violet City was supposed to be like a more of a traditional Asian town just by playing it in Gold, Silver, Crystal. But then you go into it in HeartGold, SoulSilver, and it's like they really sell you on that with like the old arches and the bridges in there and the way the bell tower is built and designed, and it's really, really good. Like some of the routes would have like the train running through it, like whatever it was called. Like they would have that in there. Just all sorts of stuff that they just added just for a little bit more flavor. Like they really fleshed out the Johto region instead of just leaving it as is. You know, like I would kind of say that FireRed and LeafGreen, and later on OmegaRuby and AlphaSapphire, and especially BrilliantDiamond and ShiningPearl, like they basically left those base games as they are and didn't really do much to build on top of them. HeartGold, SoulSilver actively built on top of these pre-existing games, and it's so great. Like it's the perfect way to honor these, you know, really, really great games. And again, they just add so much to them. The game corner, like I love how they kind of compromise by saying like, okay, we're not going to have like, you know, hardcore gambling in this game because that's kind of a no-no. Instead, we're just going to replace it with a really addicting mini game. Like, not even just like the same slot machine that you just waste time on and you don't really engage with all that much. Like an actual game that you play with a little bit of skill, and it's fun and it's satisfying to play, and you can just get stuck in this building for hours playing this fucking memory game. The Voltorb flip is so great, and I love it. Okay? The Pokeathon. The fucking Pokeathon, dude. Who gave these people the right to make a remake and add this this expansive, large, and really, really engaging and fun series of mini games to it? Like this, the Pokeathon is like an entirely different game, and it exists in not just an actual Pokemon game, but a fucking remake. Like, where did this come from? Why is this in here, dude? They could have cut that out. The Pokeathon could have just been completely removed, and we would never know about it, and we would probably still love and adore HeartGold, SoulSilver, because they're still great games. But man, that facility adds so much. I play the Pokeathon more than I play the Battle Frontier. Like, it's actually just freaking amazing. Like not only did they make these different mini games, which, you know, I mean, look, the mini games are simple, and I'm not gonna sell them to you like, you know, it's like the best thing that Pokemon has ever done. You know, they're just kind of there. But still, the fact that each Pokemon has specific stats that all contribute to different aspects of each game. Like, the fact that they really went into detail about this. It's like, I can't believe that it exists. Like, it's so unnecessary and it's so extra, but it's so great that it's there, and I freaking love it. And you still get the Battle Frontier. And here's the thing. I was complaining about how they implemented Kanto in GSC, right? Well, obviously, Kanto is back because this is a remake of Gold and Silver, and they fix it. Like, they properly bring you the Kanto region, okay? Like, you go through Johto, and Johto is a fun region. I mean, it's not like as big as Sinnoh or Hoenn, but it's like, it gives you enough stuff to do. They actually add a little bit to it. Like, after you get to Cottonwood City, they actually add routes to the left of it, and then you go up to the Safari Zone, and you get like a completely new and unique and really cool Safari Zone to engage with. And it's like, alright, yeah, that's pretty cool. Then you beat the champion and all. Then you get to Kanto, but it's like proper Kanto. Now again, I still don't like Kanto, so whatever. But at least this time, it feels like a real region. It feels like you're actually exploring this actual place. Like another region that, I mean, it's smaller than Johto, it feels like, and there's less to do than in Johto. But it's not empty like it is in GSC. Like, Viridian Forest is a proper location again. Mount Moon, I think, is a proper location again. Like, it's a proper location in GSC, but it's like one room. You know, like, they nerfed the shit out of it. But I think they actually implemented it properly in HGSS. The power plant, I think, is a place that you can actually access in this. Well, that wouldn't make sense, would it? No, power plant, okay, never mind. They do something different with it in GSC, so never mind. Ignore what I just said entirely. I mean, you're still, I don't think you get access to the Silphco and Lavender Town, but still you get the Safari Zone in this game, finally. Just all these different things that were like missing in GSC are actually here in HeartGold SoulSilver. Like, they finally basically lived up to... Basically, HeartGold SoulSilver allows Gen 2 to live up to its true potential. Like, they finally did it right, and they maximized what they could really do with these games. And that's really, really amazing. And that's why HeartGold and SoulSilver are forever some of the best Pokemon games ever. And it's so funny that I say this, because I was actually, like, really, pessimistic is the word I'm looking for about these games, because, kind of like I said, I was kind of in that phase where I'm just like, I don't know if I like Pokemon as much anymore. Pokemon's kind of uncool and kind of cringe nowadays. And then I hear that, you know, they're remaking Generation 2, like my fucking home base right here, like the games I grew up with, the games I started, like, they're remaking my games without my permission? How dare they? And I was actually, like, really ready to, like, go into these games and be like, nope, don't like it, nope, they got this wrong, they got that wrong, nope, I don't approve of this. Man, they actually made better games than original Gold, Silver, Crystal, and that's so amazing, dude. That's really just incredible. I will say, these games still have some big issues, okay? For as much as I love them, they still have that Generation 4 slowness. They did at least fix the menu design. The menu design is, like, it's actually really good in HeartGold SoulSilver. Like, it's so clunky in Platinum, but in HeartGold SoulSilver, they put everything on the bottom screen. Like, literally everything in the game is on the bottom screen, so that you can literally play the entire game by using the directional pad and the bottom screen. Like, even if you want to just, like, say yes to something, just hit A on something, like, they have a dedicated space on the bottom screen for that. If you want to use a key item, they have a dedicated space to just press a button on the bottom screen. Just sorting through your bag and your Pokemon and your items, doing all that stuff, all on the bottom screen. Like, they actually cleaned it up and fixed it and made it cool. And that's really good. Yeah, dude, that shit's great. But still, it has like those slow animations. I think the sound quality got better in these games, so I don't think that's as much of an issue. It's still just slow in game, in battle, and that's kind of an issue because you remember that I was, really complaining about the slow parts of GSC, like when you get to the radio tower and stuff like that. Yeah, then add the super slow Gen 4 battles. Wow, you want to talk about a fucking time waster right there. They did not really improve some of the shortcomings of GSC's like balance, for lack of a better word. Like, you're still fighting some really under-level trainers a lot. The level curve is so slow in these games. The last time I played HGSS, I played SoulSilver. That's the one I have. I had a full team of 6 Pokemon. I don't think I had a single dude above level 40 by the time I got to the Elite Four. Like, it's so hard to actually get experience and level up in these games, dude. It's real. It feels way more. It's seriously the most tedious Pokemon game, and that can be it can really be a drag. It's at least made up for just with how much you can do in the Johto and to an extent the Kanto regions. So that is why HeartGold, SoulSilver will forever be top tier. Truly excellent games. Still needs a little bit of rebalancing. I'm sure that the mods for this game are crazy. So that's probably a lot of fun. But yeah, good games overall. Alright, you'll have to excuse me for a second. I have to BRB for a bit, so I'm going to put up the waiting screen. Wrong button. Sorry. Alright, we back. We back, and I got a box. What's in the box? I'll show you what's in the box. Shit, where's the knife? Where's my knife? I used to have it. It doesn't matter, I already ripped it. There it is! The newest Pokemon trading card game expansion. Lost Origin. That's fitting. This is really fitting. We were just talking about Gen 4. And this is a set that has Giratina in it. Giratina is like the central Pokemon of this. So if you want, I mean, it's up to you guys. I can open this whenever I want. All right, it's my little toy. It's whatever. But if you guys are interested in seeing it, I'll open it for you. We can do that after we finish this tier list. It's up to you guys. I mean, I have a really hard time talking coherently and efficiently, so you know, I'm going crazy here. This is gonna be like a 4-hour stream when this is all said and done. Like, fuck, dude. Alright. There's a fucking knocking on the wall. Oh my god, they're doing fucking work on them. There's like a saga about that, dude. Long story, but you know, I'm just gonna like leave this here. There we go. Wait, you can't see it. No. Move over. There we go. There it is. Super. There we go. Now it's on a stable footing. You basically can't see it at all. But it's there. Alright. 5-hour stream, you can do it. Oh my god, dude. I want to sleep at some point. Fuck. Anyway. What else? Checking up on... Hang on, I gotta check up on like my podcast Twitter because I had a special episode go out. Okay. Nothing like new that I gotta worry about. Okay. So, we're about ready to move on with the 2010s and beyond, starting with Pokemon Black and White. Now, Pokemon Black and White. Again, I remember these games coming out. I remember when they came out in Japan, because back then we didn't have worldwide releases. Like, it's so funny. I've not thought about this at all, but like, it's so funny how in the past a lot of JRPGs would come out in Japan and we would have to wait months for them to come out stateside or otherwise. Right? Like when Pokemon X and Y came out and they had a worldwide release, that was the first one they released worldwide. And that was like a huge deal. It's like, oh my god. Because for the first time ever, we're going to have brand new Pokemon games where we're not like spoiled by leaks already. Although we were spoiled by leaks anyway because some stores broke the street date and sold them to people like weeks in advance, so that's cool. Anyway, but yeah, I remember when Black and White first came out and I saw the Pokemon, the entire Pokedex that Serebi had, and it was just like, are you fucking kidding me with some of this shit, dude? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, let's go and look at some of these, dude. Because, I mean, even, like, I've warmed up to them, right? So it's not like I mind. But, holy shit, were some of these Pokemon, like, scary looking. Not in a good way when they first came out, right? But, like, the starters, like, to this day, I still hate Oshawott. I'm sorry, but Oshawott sucks. This dude looks like shit. Samurot's fine. Dewott and Samurott, they're cool. But, like, Oshawott, get the fuck out of here. Why is it white? I don't like that. Like, these monkeys, like, why? Yeah, like, some of these Pokemon just, like, look weird and, like, silly. Like, ugly. Like, some of the designs just felt like they were trying to be ugly. So, like, this dude, Seismitoad, Sock, and Throw, which are, like, wearing actual clothes. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You know, some of the, like, they were just... I mean, looking at them, some of them now, it's like I'm impartial to them. But like, I remember for Uniclus, when I first saw this, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Of course, Vanillux was like, you know, picked on mercilessly, but and the list goes on and on. Like Kling Klang, I mean, to this day, I still think this guy's Kling Klang's this shit's ass. No, that's not a good design at all. Ferrothorn, I thought looked horrible. I remember Chandelure looked really dumb at first, but now I love Chandelure. That dude's so good. Cryogonal, this still looks terrible for what it's worth. Some of these Pokemon do look pretty bad nowadays, but still, like, when these were brand new, man, people just, like, ripped them apart. They were just like, what the fuck happened to Pokemon? This is not the Pokemon I grew up with. Yeah, I just remember when these games came out. And it was just so strange, right? And, you know, best of all is that, you know, everybody hates these new Pokemon. But guess what? You have to use them. Because you don't have any other Pokemon to use in Black and White. You have to use the brand new, but ugly Pokemon that they introduced in that game. No Pikachu, no Eevee, no Lucario, no Pidgey. None of that shit. You have to use Gigalith and Masharna. Ugh. Man, that was crazy. Yeah, Pokemon Black and White are very strange games, and some of the most unique Pokemon games out there. But at the end of the day, I gotta say, Pokemon Black and White are two of my favorite games of all time. And in my honest opinion, the best Pokemon games ever made. Pokemon Black and White. And yes, I'm talking about base Black and White. We're not even at Black and White 2. Okay? We're not even at the supposed upgraded version. We are talking about the vanilla shit. Before Pokemon World Tournament. Before Rosa's big ass fucking titties. Okay? We're talking about the OGs. Where you only had 156 Pokemon. They were all brand new. And you were in this linear region where you're basically just going through a line. As opposed to the past two generations where you're going through this region that feels really large. And it circles around. Has all these winding routes and stuff like that. Nope. Black and White did stuff completely differently. Like, basically threw out the playbook and was like, we're gonna be making a completely new Pokemon game that no one has expected. And no one is used to at all. And stuff like that. And I really admire the risks that they took by doing this. Because the risks that they like, it's not even just about taking risks, right? I think everything that they did in Black and White, design wise and like philosophically, it all contributes to a central theme of moving forward and growing and evolving, moving out of your comfort zone and becoming something new and improved. That's what I think of with Black and White. I think of it goes down to the very way they designed Unova. Again, something that a lot of people like really criticize. Even to this day, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Black and White 1 Unova region sucks ass because you basically just go in a line. Like, you go from one town to another, there is no backtracking. Like, there's one part of the story where you have to fly back to Necrene City and go to the museum just to talk about the fossils. But that's it. Like, that is the only time you have to go back. That's the only time you get, like, sidetracked. Otherwise, you're basically on a straight path through the entire story all the way to the very end at the Pokemon League. But that's what I like about it. It's this forward motion. Every single, like, piece of the story is about moving forward, about characters moving forward. I think about how you have these two rivals, which again, everyone shits on the fucking rivals because, oh, I miss Gary Oak, and I miss when your rival was a fucking douchebag. It's like, how about these two characters that are like normal people, and they're just enthusiastic about being on your adventure with you as your friends, but then you end up being caught up in this grand fucking world-ending crisis or some shit like that, dude. And they're just like, I just want to like be like, both these characters are just like, I just want to be the best version of myself. You know, you've got Sharon, who's like, I just want to be the best, but I kind of understand that there are some things that I can't do, but I have to kind of keep forward and do what I can do. Or Bianca, who's just like, I am so tired of being sheltered and stuck at home. I want to go out and take risks and do things that I've never done before and have these brand new experiences. Stuff like that. That whole scene of Bianca getting yelled at by her dad in Nimbasa City because he's like, no, you're a little girl and you need to go home. And Alessa's like, bitch, I'm a step on you. And then after that, she's like, actually, you don't have to go home. You should continue pressing forward and doing whatever it is you want to do. And the main villain of the games, N, your main antagonist, I guess your actual rival, who's so stuck in his ways, who's just like, I think this thing. I think that trainers are bad, Pokemon need to be liberated, and I'm going to save all of you. And just rejecting all outside points of view. Being like, no, you tell me I'm wrong, but it's actually you who is wrong. So up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. But then finally at the end, when he's like, oh, like actually, these experiences that I've had on my own adventure, with all of these people, with you, the player, the character, the guy, they actually make me realize that there is a lot more to this world than what I was just shown. Because I grew up in this sheltered environment and was just told how things are. But actually seeing it for myself, there's a lot more to it than that. God, Pokemon Black and White is fucking Kino, dude. I fucking love these games. I fucking love Black and White. It's so good. All of it is so great. And again, the fact that you have to use entirely new Pokemon. You cannot go back and, catch old Pokemon. You have to use brand new Pokemon that you have never seen before. You have no idea what it is they do. You probably don't even like the way they look or whatever, but you have to. You have to step outside of your comfort zone. You have to take that risk. You just have to take that plunge if you want to move forward and get what it is you want. Whatever it is that you want. I don't know what that would be, but I'm just saying, all the ways that, all the different elements that make Pokemon Black and White the games that they all just coalesce perfectly. They're beautiful games. They're brilliant. I fucking love them, dude. Gary, I don't think Gary was a douchebag. He was just being a bro who was roasting you the way guys do with each other. I mean, that's fair, true. I mean, I think Gary is fine. It's just like the way people talk about Gary, these people seem to think that all Pokemon rivals need to be Gary Oak. Even though, if they ever did that, if Pokemon made a rival that was just like Gary Oak, people would just be like, oh, it's just Gary Oak. Get it? Do a new thing. Get a new idea. But then when Pokemon does new ideas, they get Black and White, which people didn't like when they first came out. Yeah, I love these games. They're just so good, dude. Like, they're so freaking good. And obviously, like, the fact that you, like, I will say that they do still have a flaw. They still do have a big problem, which is that the start of the game can be pretty slow to play. Because the very beginning of the game, you are fighting a lot of Patrat and Purloin and Lillipup and Pidove and Sawaddle and stuff like that. I don't think it really starts to like open up and get like truly fun until like the third gym. But still, you push through it and you get to the fucking masterpiece Kino that is basically the entire game, dude. So I love Black and White. That's literally my only issue with it, is that it kind of feels a little bit slow at the beginning, which you probably don't even notice too much when you're playing it for the first time. But replaying it, can be a little, eh. And another reason why I'm so fond of these games is because think about this, okay? Think about the other games that I have on the top tier, right? I've got Emerald here, I got HeartGold, and SoulSilver, and I have Crystal. Colosseum is just like this is its own thing, right? But basically what I'm saying here is that the best Pokemon games that have existed so far are all games that are built on pre-existing versions, okay? Crystal and SoulSilver are built upon the original Gold and Silver. Emerald is built upon Ruby and Sapphire. Black and White just came out and perfected Pokemon. Like, they came out and were, you know, like the best games they could possibly be first try. Like, what about Black and White do you need? What more to these games do you really need? I mean, sure, like you could say, well, I want more Pokemon. I wish they had older Pokemon, but that would go against the design philosophy. That would probably go against the balance philosophy as well, because again, you know, they made all these Pokemon. They had to make the game function with only these Pokemon, so they're all going to be balanced in this particular way, right? You could say, well, I wish the region was, like, different, but that would go against, like, the story and the themes that they're building here. And the region is fine. Like, I don't love Unova as much as I appreciate Johto, and I would say it's probably well, it is one of the weaker regions. You know what? I'm going to say that. Unova is not as strong as Johto or Hoenn. And to an extent, Sinnoh, but again, I hate exploring Sinnoh. So I'll give you that. But still, like, it's a fine region. It still has lots of really great places. You know, like all the bridges. Fucking bridge region. That's what Unova is. All the different bridges. I mean, really, it has a lot of fucking bridges, and they make a big deal about that. At the same time, the first time I went into Castelia City, like, that shit was mind-blowing. I'm just like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, what? What? This is a Pokemon game? What the fuck is this? It's crazy. So it does have really, really memorable places overall. The look and design of the games is awesome. The way these games look is built on moving forward, because that's how the camera is angled. Like, it's not just the top-down view you've gotten from the past Pokemon games. It's like a pseudo 3D environment where the camera is facing forward, even though it's still like a sprite-based game, and it looks freaking awesome. So yeah, Unova is not as strong of a region, but it does make up for it by just having a really, really cool graphical style, and all the Pokemon actually being animated in this game fully. Like, holy shit, that's amazing. It's brilliant. And you know, maybe you can say, well, I wish there was more to do with the post game. Okay, like, you wish you had Battle Frontier. I could understand that, but I don't think that a game needs Battle Frontier to be, like, super good, right? And Black and White still does have a lot of post-game. It actually has a lot of post-game. Like, that's a crazy thing about Black and White. Despite being the first games of a series, of a generation, it actually has a considerable amount of content after the Pokemon Champion, because you actually have, like, half the region to explore. Like, there's a huge chunk of Unova that you don't explore in the main story, and that's kind of crazy. So after you beat the champion, yeah, you get this massive chunk of the region, which has a lot of really cool things about it, like Black City and White Forest, although I didn't get too much out of them. I think those are features that get more, like, expansive if you communicate with others. I will also say, I never ever used Entralink or any of that shit. The Dream World, never got to that. I just never had Wi-Fi, so I never used it. So I don't know. If that made the game better, then great. Awesome. I wouldn't know, personally. But that's fine. Undella Town. Oh, that one place where you can dive. Yeah, there's a really cool place where you can dive and you can dig up all of these treasures and then sell them for like millions of dollars. And that shit is awesome. I loved that. Yeah, fantastic. Like, seriously, Black and White, I think, are as close as Pokemon has ever gotten to being perfect. Like, they fucking nailed these games, dude. And they were the first games of the generation. Unlike all these other games in the top tier, which are great. And I'm not even trying to say this to, like, think less of them. But the fact that it just makes Black and White more impressive. That Pokemon, for the first time ever, like, got it right the first time. And didn't need an improved version. So there was no need for Pokemon Gray, as much as everyone wished that would have happened. Instead, we got Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. See, that's how good Pokemon Black and White were. They could not improve Black and White. They had to just make straight up sequels. And here's the thing. This might actually be a hot take. I don't think Black 2 and White 2 are top tier. I don't think they're in the same tier as Black and White 1, so I'm going to put them in the A tier. Great games, okay? Really, really good games. Lots of fun, and I guess in a way, like, it's like these games exist to just kind of throw a bone to Pokemon fans in general, because this is where Pokemon just kind of gets back into its own, territory. And it's like, okay, here's a more normal Pokemon game. We're gonna bring back old Pokemon, and it just feels a lot more traditional. The plot isn't as serious as it is in Black and White. Oh my god, this is another thing that makes Black and White fun. Hang on. Okay. Interrupting the discussion about Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. The fact that the pace of the story lines up with the gyms and the Pokemon League in Black and White 1, that's what I really think sets it over the top for me. The fact that when you get to the champion, that's like the end of the game. Like the actual proper end of the game and climax of the story. Oh my god, dude. The Pokemon, like, I was saying Distortion World is one of my favorite areas of any Pokemon game. You want to know my actual favorite section of any Pokemon game? It's after the 8th gym, okay? When you get to the final route, Route 10, north of that one city, I forgot what it's called, Oplucid City. I think it's actually 2 different cities depending on which version you're playing, but whatever, it doesn't matter. So yeah, Route 10. And I want you to understand. Here's why this is so good. This is like why is this so good? I have to turn this up. Okay, you're in like a pretty normal, like, this fucking song. This song makes me emotional. Okay, you go through this route. This is the road you go on right before you go up to Victory Road. And it's fucking beautiful. It's so beautiful. Where like your Sharon and Bianca, your rivals, they come and greet you, and they're like, "Oh man, you're putting on like this. You like have to save the world, and like we kind of feel sorry for you, but like we've come so far, and we're all like friends, and like look at us, dude." It's fucking Kino. Why is this so good? That's the last route. Then you go up to Victory Road, and then you get to the Pokemon League. And then you get to the actual endgame stuff. All of that. Like Route 10 and beyond in Pokemon Black and White 1. That is my favorite section of any Pokemon game. Because that is just overall... It's just peak Pokemon. It's beautiful. It's epic. And it's exciting. It's just freaking amazing. So that's why. So the fact that the story climax actually lines up with the Pokemon League, that's why Black and White 1 are just so great for me. So goated. Is that the key of E flat minor you're hearing? Probably. So, yeah, anyway. So Black and White 2, it's not as serious. Like, the story isn't as, like, dramatic and high stakes. It doesn't have the same pace or anything. It actually kind of goes back to, like, how it was in Gens 3 and 4, where it's like, the story is kind of there. You have to fight the evil team, and they've got some Pokemon. They try doing some bad things every now and then, but then you just kind of, like, deal with it, and then you just go on your way, and you're in the Pokemon League, and it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like it's a much more traditional Pokemon game, and I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. And then it kind of gives you that hardcore experience post-game where you get the Pokemon World Tournament, which is probably the coolest iteration of the post-game battle facility that we've ever had. Like, even cooler than Battle Frontier. Just because, like, it's not just that you fight old Pokemon trainers, it's the fact that you get their actual teams. Plus, their upgraded teams as well that fit for, like, they're updated teams to take into account the new Pokemon that have come since their original games and things like that. That stuff that's all really, really cool, and I can't deny that it's amazing. You've got the new areas of the region, which I think are cool, but I'm kind of two minds of it. Like, they definitely made Unova, like, a much more fun area to explore, like, moment to moment. I still think that there's, like, something kind of lost, though. Like, it feels messy. That's the thing with Unova in Black 2 and White 2. It's very, very messy. Like, it just kind of goes into all these weird directions, and, it's like constantly backtracking. It's like it's kind of a mess. Like, it has some cool areas, but it's kind of fucked up, and I prefer the thematic brilliance of Unova in the first games. That's kind of it. Like, I like Black 2 and White 2 overall. I just love Black and White 1 so much that I just feel like I can't hold them in the same high regard. But these games are fine. Like, not even too much to complain about, because again, like, Black and White 1 are just so good that building upon them in any way, it's like you're still going to get a hell of a game, but at the same time you're not really going to be able to do the same thing properly. So yeah, I just prefer the first games. Second ones are still good, and they still offer a lot of really cool things. That's about it, basically. That's how I feel about it. So I respect anybody who says Black and White 2 are, like, the better Pokemon games, and I understand, but just, like, understand where I'm coming from. I love Black and White 1 more than, like, not just for being, like, a fun Pokemon game. Just, like, what they actually did in that is just so, like, cool and, again, like, risk-taking, forward-thinking and stuff like that. Amazing. That's stuff that we're missing from Pokemon nowadays, and we literally never see it ever. That's what we're complaining about not having enough of nowadays. So, which, in a way, is, I think, an alright transition to the 6th generation. The generation where I was born. The generation that introduced good old our buddy Fennekin. Oh, not just me. Hang on. Oh, shit. Got stuck. It's Fennekin! It's Big Fennekin. Yep. X and Y. I remember. I was in... I forgot what class specifically, but I was in school when they announced X and Y, and I couldn't believe it when it happened. Like, I remember the night before, there were all these rumors going around online where it's like, oh, Pokemon's gonna announce a new game tomorrow. Everyone thought it was going to be like a Gen 6 remakes, or not Gen 6, Gen 3 remakes, or it'd be like a new game with all the past regions called Pokemon Rainbow. That was a really popular one. Some people were saying, oh, it's going to be Generation 6, but I'm like, there's no way it's going to be Generation 6, because it's only been like 3 years since Black and White 1 started. Every generation has been 4 years long. And then they announced Generation 6. And the reason why I say this is because... Let's go to the YouTube again. Get out of here, Fat again. I wanted to hold that thing, but it's so fucking large and clunky. Announcement trailer. Yep. January 8th, 2013. The fucking day I was born. The very first time they revealed these games, and it's like, oh my god. Look at this. What the fuck is happening? And there we go. And from that day on, I'm like, I'm going to base my entire online identity around this thing. I thought it looked girly and maybe a little bit silly, but here I am, because I made the joke Mozilla Fennekin, and everyone thought it was fucking hilarious, and everyone else at the same time had the same joke, but I'm the one who stuck with it all the way after all these years. And that's why to this day I am Mozilla Fennekin, because of this fucking dude, this fucking idiot looking thing. Yep. So, X and Y, obviously, like, I was so excited for this. You know, this was the first time, like, even though I had been into Pokemon for a long time, this was the first time I was really, like, jumping into a new region and keeping up with it as it was, like, coming out. You know, because every other game before that, I was late to the party. Like, it took me months before I got Platinum, and later on Black and White, and HeartGold, and Black 2, right? But with X and Y, I'm just like, alright, this time I'm going to get these games immediately when they come out, especially since they were worldwide releases. So for the first time ever, we're actually going to get the games at the same time as Japan, and that was awesome. So I had such massive hype for that. I was so excited for it. And eventually they came out. And you know what? I love X and Y. I really do. I think X and Y are good. Thing is, I'm kind of wondering where I should put them. I'm also like thinking about other games later on. Alright. This might be a hot take, okay? This might be controversial. But I love Pokemon X and Y. Okay? I'm going to put X and Y in the A tier. And the reason for this is, again, kind of, it's very personal for me. These games are very, very personal. Probably more personal than any other Pokemon game, which might be hard to believe. Like, even more than the childhood games. And it doesn't really have much to do with Fennekin, believe it or not. Like, obviously that's a big deal, but it's not like I'm just saying, hey, X and Y are good because you have Fennekin in this game. Because here's the thing about Fennekin. Here's the thing about these games. It is really cool that X and Y has Fennekin, and I do like Fennekin. It also has my actual favorite Pokemon of all time, which is Braixen, which is Fennekin's first evolution. So yeah, X and Y are freaking great games because you have Braixen in that game. But here's the thing. In these games, Braixen evolves into Delphox, which is the most piece of shit looking thing that anybody has ever designed, and I fucking hate Delphox. So that's a huge issue. That's kind of why I had to pump the brakes on X and Y a little bit, and why they're not quite in that top tier, and why I may be a little bit hesitant to even put them this high. That aside, X and Y do have some big issues, and it hurts me a little bit, because these games have so much potential to be so much better than they are, because these are probably the biggest Pokemon games ever. Like, I mean, well, I don't know, maybe like Sword and Shield are bigger. I haven't played Sword and Shield, but like, the region is massive. Like, you get a huge region in X and Y, and to complement that, you get 450 Pokemon in the regional decks. Okay? Like, most games, like Gens 3 and 4 had 200. Gen 5, Black 2 and White 2 was 300. This is 450. Like, it is a fucking colossal number. So every single route you go on, like every single place you can explore in X and Y has like a dozen different Pokemon. There is so much you can do in this game just because of how many Pokemon there are. So many options for how you can play this game. And that, I think, is really, really awesome. And I think that's why I love X and Y as much as I do. Because there is just so freaking much in this game. Every single playthrough, it's like you can just have a completely different party, a completely different playstyle, do all sorts of different things, right? That's awesome. Like, that really, really is awesome. And I think it's something people really don't appreciate as much as they should. Because when people talk about X and Y, it's just like, oh, the games are fucking piss easy. Which is true. And that's kind of a big and that is one of those big shortcomings that I was talking about. You know, having so many Pokemon in this game is so satisfying. But unfortunately, X and Y don't give you much reason to explore. Because again, the games are so insanely easy. Almost offensively easy. Like, it's one thing to say a Pokemon game is easy, but like, at the same time, you have to really look at what the fuck is happening in these and be like, how are they, like these games are fucking baby shit, alright? Look, here's the thing. I'm gonna open up the Elite Four, okay? The Elite Four is atrocious. Like, all of them are so fucking weak. Like, you get the Steel one who's like, okay, some decent mons here. Klefki is like kind of cool because he got spikes. You got Torment, which is cringe. That's a move no one's ever going to use. Well, actually, that can be good because most people just spam one move in regular battles. But like, okay, kind of interesting, kind of neat. And Aegislash is so strong. Like, that's an awesome Pokemon. But then even the Dragon Trainer, like, these are weak Pokemon. Like, Dragalge is like, no. Altaria is fucking weak as hell. Awful. Druddigon, awful. Like, awful. And then the water guy is like, whatever. But then you get the champion, okay? This is like the weakest team ever, okay? This thing is doubly weak. This thing, no, never mind. This thing's weak to fighting. This thing's also weak to fighting. It's doubly weak to steel. This is weak to steel. This is weak to steel. This is weak to fairy. This is also weak to fairy. It's like so many awful type disadvantages and like no move coverage whatsoever. Like, why are all of these Pokemon so weak? Why does this thing have Refrigerate but no normal moves? It has an ability that boosts normal type moves and turns them into ice moves, and instead it has Blizzard as its stab. Like, why? Same here. The fucking Mega Evolution. Pixelate. The strongest ability in the game, where it turns normal type moves into fairy type moves and then boosts them by like a third. And it has no normal moves. It has Moonblast instead. Why is it so weak? Like, no items, no nothing. Like, why is the champion of this region so awful? And that's the strongest trainer in the game. That is your biggest moment of resistance by the game. It's so bad. Like, X and Y is laughably simple with its balance, dude. All the gym leaders, 3 Pokemon. They all have 3 Pokemon, and they're weak. They're so weak, dude. They're awful. Like, they're all just abysmal. It's crazy how just laughably easy this is. And this is before you even get to the atrocity that is the experience share. The fucking experience share, which is now a mainstay in Pokemon games, right? But X and Y was the first Pokemon game where all Pokemon got experience because of the new experience share. That's how they made it work this time, right? And again, it's a mainstay in Pokemon games nowadays, and they've been able to make it work, But they did not make it work in X and Y. And no one, like, how were we supposed to know? Like, how was I supposed to know when I use this thing? It's like, oh, I know what the experience share is. I use it in every single game. It splits up experience. Instead, it's like, no, every single Pokemon in your party gets half experience, and your first Pokemon gets full experience. Okay, like, they're going to balance the game around that, right? No! You just get 10 levels stronger than everything in the game by playing it normally. It's like, what the fuck? And, you know, again, how are we supposed to know that that was going to be a thing when we've never seen that before? It was ridiculous, dude. So, yeah, but at the same time, here's the thing. The experience share actually makes sense when you consider how many Pokemon there are. I think that X and Y, like, it has so many Pokemon and it has this experience share because it opens up the possibility of constantly making new teams. Like, you catch 6 Pokemon on a route, and then you level them all up super quickly with this new experience share. So that you can get to the gym leader, and then fight the gym leader, like, right there with this brand new team of Pokemon, and then, boom, you're done. Then you start over again. And I feel like that was supposed to be the idea, but obviously most people don't play Pokemon like that. They catch 6 Pokemon and then never catch any more ever again. So, point lost right there. And again, it doesn't make a lot of sense when every single gym leader uses 3 Pokemon, and the Elite Four is just ridiculously easy. So, yeah, none of this stuff matters. Again, the difficulty is so laughable. They introduced Mega Evolutions in this game, which is like a totally new, out there thing for Pokemon, having these mid-battle transformations and like completely changing Pokemon mid-fight. Like, that was a totally new thing, and they do nothing with it. There are literally 2 trainers in the entire story of X and Y that use Mega Evolution. Lysander in his final fight, and the champion, Diantha. That is it. 2 times you see Mega Evolution on the other side. Well, actually, technically 3, because there's the fight against Mega Lucario, but you're also using Mega Lucario, so it's like moot point, really. I mean, you get Mega Evolution. You get a Mega Evolution at like the 3rd gym. Alright? And it's just there. Right? So you have it whenever you want. So you get the super strong Pokemon, but nothing else in the game can do anything to resist you. It's like, it's so, it was not well thought out at all. The thing with X and Y is that they feel very, very rushed. Like, again, I really get the impression they were doing a lot with this game, and that it was probably going to be as great as Emerald or Platinum, as by, you know, everyone else's standards, but like any of the other great Pokemon games. Like, they really were on progress, on track to doing that. But there's lots of rumors that they ended up crunching time, and that these games came out before their initially expected window, and they had to make a lot of cuts, which makes sense because there's so much in X and Y that is just literally like it has no reason to be there. Like, there are these areas in this one place where it says, oh, this door's locked, you need a key to get in. You never get a key. No one knows what's inside these places. They're just there. They're just this empty area that supposedly was supposed to be used for something, but they never took it out. At least in Gen 6, you can turn experience share off. See, that's true, but again, like I was saying, we had no idea that it was going to be so busted, because it was the first time we'd ever seen it. So that kind of ruined the first time experience for some people. And in Sword and Shield, you can't even do that. But Sword and Shield, I would imagine, balances it. I'm sure it's a lot better in that game. I mean, I haven't played Sword and Shield. We'll talk about Sword and Shield later, but I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's better in there. If not, then, you know, fuck me, I guess. But anyway, like, X and Y has unused content, which is not, you never see that in Pokemon. Like, every single thing you ever see in Pokemon, anything that gets, like, data mined, ends up being relevant later. Like, we always see when they're about to, like, release new legendary Pokemon or whatever. There are Pokemon that exist in X and Y that never ever got used. That never ever saw the light of day, like Floette. there's a brand new form of Floette that exists. And not only does it exist, hang on, let me see if this is on Smogon. Not only did they have like a totally different form of Floette. Maybe not there. Oh, they must have removed it. Okay. Whatever. Let me see if I can just find it. Maybe Bulbapedia had something about it. Yeah, so there's Floette, which is obviously like a normal Pokemon, but there's a completely different form of it that exists in the game. It has its own model, this thing basically. But it's not just like it has it's not just that it looks different. It's not just like they gave it a new color or whatever and a new flower, because obviously that exists in the story for, you know, story purposes. It has a completely different stat spread from everything else. From its regular form, it has a completely new move that doesn't exist anywhere else or whatever. And it's just like, why? Like how did this, like, they made a complete Pokemon, a completely unique Pokemon, and it just never saw the light of day. It never appeared anywhere. They never did anything with it, and it's so weird. They even carried it over into Sun and Moon, because here it is, because it says right here. Now, nowadays they can get away with just saying it doesn't exist for Pokemon Home nowadays. It's like, nope, that shit isn't real. Now Pokemon can get away with, you know, pretending it doesn't exist. But yeah, there's that. Zygarde, like, Zygarde's signature moves are in X and Y, but they don't actually, it doesn't actually learn them until Sun and Moon. Like 1,000 Arrows and 1,000 Waves, yeah, those are in X and Y. Those exist, but they're not in X and Y normally. You have to data mine to get them. Just a bunch of other stuff. There's a villain form that only exists in data. I don't think that ever got released either. Magearna might be one as well. I'm not entirely sure. That might not be true, but I'm just saying, like, there's stuff in X and Y in Gen 6 in general that it exists, but they never used it, and that's so weird because you don't see that in Pokemon for anything else. Like, no other Pokemon has these just like completely random things that like seem like they lead somewhere and then it's just nothing. It's strange. Like, it feels like these games are unfinished. And another thing that kind of backs this up for me is that the pacing in X and Y is super, super strange. Like, it's really weird. Because you start off in, you know, like every other game, you start off in a small town, and you go up to a couple different places, and at some point you get to the first gym, right? And, you know, it's paced normally, like, that you get to the first gym after, like, an hour or two. But then you don't get to the second gym until, like, 10 hours into the game or something. You go through, like, 5 cities before you fight the second gym. It takes a really long time to get to the second gym for some weird reason. But it's fine. Like, I'm fine with that. It's like, oh, wow, there's a lot to do in this game aside from just fighting gym leaders. This must be a really big game, right? No. Next city, gym leader. Next city, gym leader. It's like, suddenly, you go through this gauntlet where every single place you go to has a gym leader that you have to fight. And it's, you just rush the Pokemon League and all that. And it's like, okay, that was kind of weird and random. Team Flare just appears out of nowhere. Like, they just kind of are there in a couple of places, and then at one point in the game, you fight the 7th gym, and then suddenly Lysander calls you on your phone. He's like, "Hey, I'm going to commit mass genocide. Fuck you. Eat a dick. Bye." And it's like, okay. So then you just go to the Lysander cafe and fight him, and he's like, "No, fuck you. I'm gonna charge the super apocalyptic weapon," and then he does, but then he dies, lol, and that's it. And that's the story. And it's like, what the fuck was that, dude? That shit was, like, it's so weird and random and sudden, and it just, like, it just begins as quickly as it ends as quickly as it begins. And, yeah, it's very, very weird. And also, you get the scientists. Like Team Flare has these really weird characters that just dress in these really bizarre ways. Like all of them have like these glasses and shit. Like they all just look fucking weird and they're all like quirky, but they don't do anything. Like they just exist. You just like fight each of them one time and it's just like, okay. And then suddenly Lysander shows up and he's got this shit on. Where is it? Not this, not this, not any of this. No, where's this final... I guess technically, yeah, this shit, basically. I mean, this is the anime, but it's, you know, it's how it is in the game. He's just like, suddenly, he has like these drones around him and shit. He's like wired to some shit, and it's like, what the fuck is this, dude? Why? It's so... there's no explanation for any of it. All of this just happens. And that's it. It's really, really weird. Yeah. Apparently there was like supposed to be way more to the story of X and Y, but they like totally cut. Oh, also, there's another character. This guy AZ, who's literally in like 2 scenes. Like this fucking dude who's like 10 feet tall and has lived for like 6,000 years. But he's in like 2 scenes, and that's it. And then you beat the champion. The champion is just some completely random character that you've literally seen one time in the entire game. It's like, there's literally one scene where you just meet this person, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm like she's this big star in the Kalos region, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm also a Pokemon trainer. And then you never see her again until you beat the champion. And it's just like, who was this again? I don't know, dude. And then after you beat the champion, big man shows up and he's like, fight me in a battle. And you battle his super weak team. And that's it. And it's like, okay. And then the Floette shows up and is like, it's been 3,000 years. And that's it. It's like what the fuck happens in this game, dude? It's so strange. It is not at all fleshed out. It's just very, very, unusual. And there is no post-game. Like, literally 0 post-game. Aside from just a couple of things. Like, you can catch one of the Kanto birds. You can fight one of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. You can catch Mewtwo. You can go into a cave and catch Zygarde. And that's it. Like Zygarde exists. And he has, like, a huge, big overworld sprite. And it's obviously like, oh man, this looks really important. Like, look how big he is in this cave. Look at him. Whoa. Obviously, this is something crazy and big, and it's going to be really important, right? No. They don't do shit with it. Like, it's so fucking weird what X and Y, like, what happened, or rather, what didn't happen with X and Y. Zygarde would eventually get a new form. He would become a big Gundam guy. That doesn't happen until Sun and Moon, where he's just randomly thrown in there. Like, Sun and Moon came out and it was like, oh, here's Zygarde, by the way. Like, you catch these Zygarde cells all around the Alola region, and it's like, yeah, it's just there. Like, for no reason. It's so strange. I don't know, dude. I think it's really sad just how much is missing from X and Y, you know? Why do the Kalos starters not have Mega Forms? Like, they make such a big deal about Mega Evolutions, and then they give them to the Kanto starters. You get Kanto starters in this game, and then they get the special Mega Evolutions, which makes sense. Like, I can understand that. It actually does make a lot of sense, because it's like, you know, you have the Kalos starters, which are brand new and you're just getting used to. So we're going to give the crazy special transform power to something you're already familiar with. So that, you know, you get something you already are familiar with. You're getting Pokemon you are familiar with, but you're going to be experiencing them in ways that you've never really played with before with the Mega Evolutions. And that makes sense. Again, fair. Fine. But still, why did they not get anything after that? Again, one thing kinda did. Greninja got something. Greninja! Good old fucking Greninja! You know, the water starter that beats Fennekin. Great. Yep. Yeah, here's Greninja. And then here's Greninja's special form, which is basically a Mega Evolution. Except totally different and just based on anime powers and shit. Whatever. So, yeah. But again, not until Sun and Moon. Not until the completely different generation. Like, the X and Y is so weird. And I think that the fact that, you know, they pushed Zygarde and Greninja into a different generation, just, it really shows that there was supposed to be more to X and Y than just X and Y. Because that's it. Like, you get X and Y and you do not get a follow-up. Yeah, technically OmegaRuby, AlphaSapphire are the follow-up games, but they're not Kalos. They're remakes of Gen 3, so they obviously weren't going to, you know, continue on with X and Y. So these games, the Kalos saga is just one game, and it doesn't feel complete whatsoever. It's so strange. Other things like writing Pokemon, that was one thing that, like, that seemed like a huge feature they were really pushing in these games, where they're like, you get to ride Pokemon in this game. Here's how it actually works. You do ride Pokemon in very, very exclusive areas and not really doing a whole lot. So, yeah, you ride, like, an Abomasnow for one route while it just clears some snow. You don't really do anything else with it. You can ride a Go-Goat for, like, a street in Lumio City. So technically they weren't wrong. You could ride Pokemon, but, like, not in the way we were expecting. It's crazy, dude. Like there's so much, like, feels so lacking. Like, this game really does feel lacking. And again, no post-game whatsoever. Like, just literally nothing. Like, no new areas to explore. They have, like, a post-game story with Looker, where he starts working in Lumio City, and he's, like, solving this, like, mystery. But it's just, like, weird, and has nothing to do with anything, basically. So it's just, like, okay. I barely even remember it, dude. It was nothing, honestly. Strange games, and definitely missing in many opportunities. These games are way too easy. The content kind of feels lacking, despite how big Kalos is. It's just underwhelming, I think, is the way to summarize it. These games are underwhelming. Even then, for as much as I've been just, like, shitting on these games, I have them in the A tier. These are still some of my favorite Pokemon games ever. And, yeah, they really are. Partially because I still think they are generally fun, because, again, there are so many Pokemon that you can find in this region. I think it's pretty easy to find ways to just enjoy playing this game. You know, just by having all these different Pokemon that you can use and easily bring in and out of your party at, you know, any given point, really. I would say that these games are probably some of the most fun to do Nuzlocke with, just because, again, there are so many options that you have. It's not like, oh, I'm in this route, I better catch a fucking Fletchling, or because I don't really have any other options. It's like, no, you have options everywhere. That's a lot of fun. The mini games that they added, I still really love. This game finally introduced Eevee training to the series. You can actually look at your EVs to an extent and actually train them with these mini games that were actually, well, it's just one mini game that you're doing it with, but still, I thought it was kind of fun. I got a lot of mileage out of it. And Pokemon Ami. Okay? Pokemon Ami literally makes X and Y. Like, that feature defines the entire game for me. The fact that you can actually have, like, this little, like, space, this mini game, basically, where you actually interact with your Pokemon. Like, for the first time ever, you actually do something with your Pokemon aside from just straight up battling with them. Or, in the case of HeartGold, SoulSilver, letting them follow you around. Which is something I completely missed when I talked about HGSS, but whatever. Obviously, that's a great feature. But not one that's necessary for every Pokemon game, despite, you know, everybody, like, insisting that it is. Yeah, I remember, that was another thing I remember with Black and White. It's like, oh, they don't let you follow, they don't let Pokemon follow you around anymore. Game's trash. Yeah, because they don't need to. Game's freaking awesome without that. What else? What else was I thinking? Yeah, anyway, so just the fact that you can actually, you know, literally play with your Pokemon. That, for me, was like, man, I spent hours in that thing. I spent hours in Pokemon Ami. Like, every single time I was, you know, coming up on a big battle, it's like I actually got into it, and I'm like, all right, I'm like coaching each individual Pokemon. I'm like, all right, Aegislash was one of my Pokemon in my first playthrough. It's like, all right, here's the game plan. Here's what you're gonna do, buddy. Feeding him cupcakes and shit like that. Playing, you know, playing the puzzle mini game over and over again. Those mini games were fun. Really fun, addicting mini games that you could just play whenever you want it. That was great. Yeah, I love that thing, dude. For like these things, in a way, they're really small, but they really helped draw out the experience of X and Y, and they actually made the game, like, they got a lot of, I got a lot of mileage out of them. So much so that even though a lot of people say that these games are not like that deep and there's not too much to do, I put 50 hours into my first playthrough of X and Y. I took my sweet ass fucking time playing these games, and I freaking loved every minute of it, basically. I loved every minute of it until I got to the champion and realized how incredibly easy it was, and I'm just like, okay, this is a bit of a letdown. My grand, amazing 50-hour journey ends on such a fucking whimper, where, what did I use? My team was, I used Florges. Yeah, Florges basically solos Diantha's team. Most things solo Diantha's team. My team was Delphox. It was Delphox, Venusaur, Blaziken, because actually if you, maybe I still have a card for this, dude. If you pre-ordered, or rather, if you bought, this is a thing that doesn't really happen anymore. Yeah, here we go. But back in the day, when Pokemon games were, you know, coming out, they would have like these bonuses where it's like, if you get the game within like the first few months or so, then you can get a special Pokemon and mystery gift. And usually it was a legendary Pokemon. But in this case, for some weird reason, it was Torchic with Speed Boost. And it also came with its Mega Stone, so you could get Mega Blaziken, which was crazy. And that instantly set off everybody thinking, hey, Hoenn confirmed! Hoenn, I think, also did one of these. Like Beldum. Like, you got a shiny Beldum. I can't find the card for that, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. Just not like sharing that. It's a random thing. Anyway. So yeah, my team was Delphox, Venusaur, Blaziken, Florges, because I wanted a Fairy Pokemon, because Fairy type was new in this generation. Absol, because I love Absol, and Aegislash. Man, let me tell you, you want to have some fun? Catch a Honedge in X and Y. Aegislash, like, I had no idea what the fuck, like, I went into X and Y completely blind. I had no idea what Honedge was going to evolve into, and just seeing Aegislash, and, like, just, like, seeing it in battle, like, seeing it switch to its sword form, and then change its stats, and using King's Shield to change it back, I'm just like, it was mind-blowing to me. I'm just like, this is a fucking Pokemon, dude. Like, what the fuck is happening? This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Aegislash should be its own feature in X and Y. It also makes the game even easier. Like, X and Y is already really easy. The AI cannot do shit to Aegislash. It is way too fucking strong. And you get it before the second gym, dude. You get it right after you beat the second gym, basically. Or first gym. Not even the second gym. It is so laughably overpowered. Like, because you get it at a point early on when most trainers don't even have moves that can beat Ghost and Steel typings anyway. So it's just so fucking stupidly broken, but that's also one of the reasons why it's so fun. X and Y are... I still think these games are pure fun. And like I said all the way at the beginning of this section, these games are probably more personal than any other Pokemon game for me, because these came out at a very, very strange and kind of difficult time in my life. Basically at a time when like, I beat these games. Like, I got the games. I got Y. I was super happy. I beat it after an entire week. Literally one full week while I was still in high school and shit like that. But then, like, the lights in my house went out, and we were so broke that we couldn't even get them back on. And we were, like, quite literally homeless, dude. Like, we were actually fucked at this point. Like, I mean, I'm still in fucking high school, and, like, I literally have no idea where I'm going to sleep at night, because our living situation is fucking gone, bro. We can't even live in our own house anymore, so it was, like, a few days of just kind of going door to door with some family and friends, and that was a strange time in my life, and also at my peak angst years, when I hate high school, I feel like I'm going to drop out and become a musician. I'm at that point in my life, so this is all fucking bullshit to me. This probably would have been the worst time of my entire life, if not for the fact that I had Pokemon Y, which might seem really silly, but when you think about it, that was the only thing I really wanted at the time. Like, I was so excited for these games to come out that, like, all I wanted was these games. So I had them, and it's like, you know, everything around me sucks, but at least I have this, I guess. And that was, that got me through it. That was pretty cool. X and Y are pretty cool. So, I know that these games are super, super flawed. And I don't even really want to say that they're underrated, because I understand entirely why these games are really not fondly remembered. I just think it's unfortunate, because these games deserved a lot better. And again, I can really tell that they had bigger plans for these games, that they were going to do more with them at some point. It just didn't happen. My biggest huff of hopium is that one of these days they will come back to Kalos. The Pokemon series will come back to the Kalos region. Give us a new game that's a remake or a spiritual successor or whatever it is of X and Y, but in a way that delivers on whatever it is they were trying to do back in 2013, all those years ago. Or at the very least, just does something new and fun with Kalos and the legendaries and stuff like that. Where finally the Fennekin line has an opportunity to actually shine. And actually, you know, be something fun and exciting in the Pokemon world, as opposed to the afterthought that it is now, because Greninja became so much cooler and exciting. It got into Smash. Ash had it as his partner. It got a special anime power-up. Yay. Wow. At least Braixen is coming back in the trading card game. You know? Pokemon trading card game right here. Not this set, but the next set that comes out in November. Braixen is coming back. And I'm so excited for it. Look at it. Okay? Look. Look at this. Look at this shit, dude. Look at it. This is a card that exists in 2022. It's happening. Chespin, meanwhile, we don't talk about Chespin. Sorry, Chespin fans. So X and Y, yeah. I love these games. Very personal to me, personally. By the way, I talked about how much I played Gold and Silver back in the day. I put in 350 hours into one file of Pokemon Silver. I put in 600 on my first file of Pokemon Y. In fact, I wonder if I can pull up the stats. Because your 3DS will keep track of how long you've been playing a game, even if you delete the save files or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that when I erased my original file of Y, it was about 600 hours. Marnie. Well, Marnie's pretty cool. X and Y would be better games if they had Marnie. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. Overall time played on Pokemon Y. 598 hours. So I guess I didn't quite have 600 hours on one file, because that file is long gone, but close enough! The World Ends With You, by the way, is 166 hours. That's funny. That's a 20-hour game. So that's how many times I've played that. Anyway, I think I'm about done with X and Y. I think I've said my piece. I think I've poured my heart out for X and Y. I love X and Y. I miss X and Y. X and Y deserved so much better, dude. So much better. Oh well. Well, we gotta move on to the other games of Generation 6. OmegaRuby and AlphaSapphire. The long-awaited, highly anticipated remakes of Ruby and Sapphire. And when these games came out, I actually really liked them. I really loved Oraz when they first dropped. I was so impressed with what they did with these games. In retrospect, which has to do a bit with me getting back into Emerald. Like, I remember really liking Oraz when they first came out, and then kind of thinking about them for like a year after. I'm just like, Oraz was like okay, I guess. Yeah, but I didn't stick with them quite as long as I might have thought I would. And then, at some point soon after that, I picked up Emerald for the first time in what was at that point years, and it just like gave me all of those feelings of why I love Gen 3 so much. And I'm just like, oh my god, like Oraz fucking sucks. Like, Oraz did not at all recapture this feeling, and that's kind of my issue with it. So here's the thing, I don't think Oraz are bad. And there are things that Oraz does really, really well. Oraz actually has some really cool things about it. But I am going to put it in the C tier. In a way, this is a little bit harsh, because I don't think that these games are quite as flawed as the Kanto games, but I do have to put them there because they're remakes that are overall inferior to the original games. So, I was saying that for HeartGold and SoulSilver, the reason why those games are so good is because they built upon already great games and found ways of improving them. In some ways, or rather many ways, they built upon their shortcomings and fixed them, like addressed and fixed them. Auraz, meanwhile, seemed content with just replicating the original design of not even Emerald, Ruby and Sapphire. And Ruby and Sapphire, as everybody knows, is not as good as Emerald. Emerald did a lot to improve Ruby and Sapphire. One of the big things being the balance of these games. You know, I was saying how fun it was to have 450 Pokemon in X and Y. You go down to 202 in Auraz. It feels way less exciting, way less versatile. Your options feel so much more limited. Hang on, I gotta scratch an itch. Hang on. Back at it. And what's weird about the limited number of Pokemon you get in Auraz, it's completely contradictory to the design of the game. Because the actual design of Auraz encourages you to get as many Pokemon as you want. Because they introduce probably the best feature in any Pokemon game ever, which is the Dex Nav. The freaking Dex Nav, dude. Like, it's this thing on the bottom screen. Rather, it's not even just the bottom screen. Every now and then, you'll find, like, a Pokemon, like their little sprite, like, rustling in the grass. And you can sneak up to it. You can actually control your walking speed in this game, which you can't do in any other Pokemon game, I don't think. And you can sneak up to it quietly and then encounter it, obviously. But when this happens, it gives you, like, basically it gives you, like, these different perks. Like, the Pokemon will have better IVs or EVs. Well, EVs are completely... No, it'll have different IVs. Oh, no, hang on. Is stream dead? Okay, sorry. It just had, like, OBS showed, like, a massive dip for a second, so that was weird. Sorry if something happened. Anyway. It can learn... These Pokemon can learn, like, special moves that you can't normally find in the wild. So, I did this for the Pokemon that I ended up using in my actual party. I wanted a Breloom normally, because I think Breloom's a really cool Pokemon. So, I did some Dex Nav stuff when I was looking around for a Shroomish. And when I eventually caught a Shroomish that had Focus Punch, which is not a move it should learn at, like, level 5. And it had some really, really fun shenanigans in the game, where it was just, like, one-shot stuff that it should absolutely not one-shot, but because the move is so strong, it just did that every now and then. And it was a lot of fun, and it was great. Like, it's a feature... Like, it doesn't even just do that. It also shows you all the Pokemon that are available on a route and which ones you've caught or which ones you've seen. And it just gives you so much information that is so useful for finding and catching Pokemon. It can let you, like, basically select which Pokemon you want to encounter in the wild. Like, it literally controls what you can get in the wild. It's fucking amazing. It is an amazing feature. But kind of like X and Y, there is little reason to actually engage with this. Because The game just isn't deep enough to complement all of the different options that you're given. The game doesn't have enough Pokemon to make the Dex Nav worth really fleshing out and exploring deeply. And the game is not difficult enough to really encourage you to catch more of these special, strong Pokemon. So there's like, it's like a wasted feature, unfortunately. They use the team compositions from Ruby and Sapphire, not the strong ones in Emerald. The weak ones where like most gym leaders have 2 or 3 Pokemon. Not in Emerald where most gym leaders have 4 or 5 Pokemon. And they're actually like much more strategic and powerful. So it's really unfortunate. They do give out a bunch of different Mega Evolutions, and so at least finally for the first time, like finally in this game, Mega Evolution feels a little bit stronger, a little more relevant to the game, but the Mega Evolutions were like weaker overall. Like they try hyping you up for Mega Sharpedo and Mega Camerupt with the team leaders, but it's like those are weak ass Pokemon, so you fight them and kill them really easily. It's not really challenging. The only actual strong one is Mega Metagross, which is the Champion's Pokemon. At least Champion Steven is actually pretty strong. I had one of my most fun and exciting moments ever in a Pokemon game when I had an Azumarill who ended up tanking a Metagross hit with like 3 HP left. And I think it was my last Pokemon. Or it might not have been. I don't know. Who cares? Whatever. Because this time I knew to turn the experience share off. I knew that shit was going to just break the game. Also, hi. And, yeah, so I tanked it with like 3 HP and then killed it with Aqua Jet. And it was like, I was like so excited. I was so freaking hyped for that. That was a lot of fun. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, it's just not a very deep game. Just replicates a lot of the issues that Ruby and Sapphire had, unfortunately, and didn't really implement the improvements that Emerald made, which is just, you know, it's a problem. Still, like, no post game. Like you beat the champion and you're done with the game basically. Nowhere else to go. Although, at least Hoenn does have a lot more to explore. Like, you still have a lot of, like, small areas to just kind of go off on. So it's still a fun area. It's still a fun region to explore. But it's important to note that the graphical style in Gen 6 overall, which is what they use for Oraz, it doesn't fit Hoenn. Like, it works for Kalos. I think Kalos is a great region, and I love Kalos, and I love the overall look of X and Y. But for some reason, in Oraz, it does not work. Like, you get... It's probably because all of the areas are smaller by design, because they were working with sprites. They were working with smaller pixels and screens back in 2002 when they made these games. So they just kind of upscale that into 2014... with a more three-dimensional style, and it feels really small. It feels like you're a person in a very, very small world where you take like 4 steps and you're somewhere new. It's a lot less exciting. So, even though it is Hoenn, and Hoenn is great, it's not as good as it was in the first couple of gens. I think I gotta like stretch out a little bit. I'm gonna stand up for a bit. My nose is like getting stuffy, and I'm like, ugh. I'm not even tired. Like, that's not my issue. And I don't think I have like allergies or anything. I just think I need to stand up and stretch a little bit. Let my lungs. Yeah, take some deep breaths. That's helping a lot. I'm like congested. Anyway, I'm gonna keep talking, even if I look like a goofy ass right now. What was I saying? Yeah. Hoenn just does not look quite as good with this different art style. So that's kind of disappointing. What else? Oh, I did say that there was no post-game, which isn't entirely true. There is actually some post-game content, and unlike X and Y, it is a proper, like, addition to the story, as opposed to this random-ass thing that you just kind of find yourself doing or following along with. So, they at least wanted to throw everybody a bone, to all the people to all the Rayquaza fans, because, you know, Rayquaza's a real cool Pokemon everybody loves and remembers. So they're like, okay, we don't want to completely ignore Rayquaza with this game. So they made a post-game story based around Rayquaza, and I don't love it. This is another thing that I like really loved when I first came out. Like when I first played the Delta episode, my mind was like blown. I'm like, oh my god, that is like the coolest story content that Pokemon has ever done. But then you kind of reflect on it, and it's like, actually a lot of it was just like pointless meandering. And then eventually later you get to like the Sky Pillar and you fight Rayquaza. And it's kind of fun to just like demolish Zinnia's team with fucking Mega Rayquaza. Let's play the Zinnia's team, because Zinnia's team is so good. This song, this is pretty badass. And Zinnia good. Really cool theme. So I don't know. It's like cool and it's grand and it's epic and it's over the top and I kind of like it, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's all right. Again, I liked it a lot more at the time than I do right now, but I still remember some things about it pretty fondly. So that's cool. But I would have rather had Battle Frontier. I would have rather had something a lot more than what we actually got. So that's just kind of a bummer. And that ended up being the last game of Gen 6. So Generation 6 ended up being kind of a stinker for a lot of people for these reasons. There was one other thing I wanted to mention about ORAS. I think I forgot, though. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't hate ORAS. Like, I really don't. I don't even really dislike these games, but I think they are far inferior to the original games. And that's kind of why I had to look at them a little bit more negatively than I would maybe look at some of these other games. So I don't like necessarily think that ORAS are on the same level as FireRed and LeafGreen and Yellow, which I think are maybe like kind of actually fun to play. But you have a game that I think is just objectively better in Emerald. So play Emerald instead of these games, basically. And I think that's do I have anything? I could have sworn there was something else I wanted to say about ORAS, but you know what? I think I'm just gonna let it go. Probably wasn't that important. Oh, actually, here is one good thing. They did make some really, really interesting changes to the region. Like they changed the like the abandoned ship area. I think is a lot different in this game, which is pretty cool. Like that's that's a really, really cool area in RSE. But in ORAS, they kind of change it and also flesh it out in a really, really cool way, and that's pretty neat. Mauville City, they change it, but it's also really weird. Like they changed the whole city into one big building, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know, dude. Kind of weird. You also get Latias or Latios for free, which is cringe. But oh, you get to fly on Latios. That is a really cool feature. Soaring with Latias and Latios. Like, you don't... after you beat Kyogre or Groudon, you get the Soul Flute, or whatever they call it. And it's just a key item you can use, and you get to manually fly over the region. That is fucking hype. I loved that. That was super, super freaking cool. You can also fly directly to routes, which is another really cool feature, and that helps a lot because you have secret bases again. And that was kind of a problem in Emerald, where you have a secret base that's like hidden away on a route somewhere, so you have to walk your ass all the way over there. Not so much in Oraz, so they kind of fixed that. Cool little quality of life upgrade there. And oh, and a complaint is that the story is ass. Because like I said, Team Magma and Team Aqua are shit. Like these teams are fucking stupid as hell. They're both just incredibly stupid, and Emerald made up for that by being like, yeah, they are both stupid, so they're both the bad guy in this game, as opposed to, like, you know, how it is in Ruby and Sapphire, where one's the bad guy that awakens the legendary Pokemon, and then the other's like, okay, well, we weren't that evil. Like, sure, we had the exact same motivation, but we didn't actually destroy the world. Like, fuck off, dude. Although, at least, I will give Oraz credit for this. Fuck. Yeah, we at least got this character. Who only, like, she doesn't actually do anything. But she has, like, this yandere face in the anime, which is obviously, like, I mean, thanks. So, yeah, Aura's actually goated. I've been listening to this one playlist. I just realized it's by this someone named Vanillux Pavilion. That's fucking hilarious. That is a great name. You think Mozilla Fennekin is a great name? Okay, look. Vanillux Pavilion, that is genius. We're at 4 hours, and we still have several games left. Oh boy. Christ. I thought this was going to be like 2 hours max, dude. How the fuck am I talking for this long? I'm really good. I'm like going to eventually listen back to this and just be like, holy shit, dude, wrap it up. You said that 5 times already! That's also why I'm doing this as a live stream. You know, I have to have a more casual setting. As opposed to like, hey, here's my thing that I already recorded by myself. And I'll present it to the rest of the world. Alright, so we get into Sun and Moon. A generation that I really did not expect to happen. I was supposed to write an article for a website. What the fuck? Go do your job, dude. I had a podcast that I collaborated with on somebody, but at least I did that already. So I took care of my responsibilities before doing this. Which is why I get to spend all day doing this. Anyway, the Sun and Moon, a generation I did not expect or even really want, because I really did not think that Generation 6 was going to end after like 3 years. I thought we were going to get another Gen 6 game to wrap up what they started in X and Y. Nope. They decided to just dump whatever was left over from X and Y into Sun and Moon. So, Sun and Moon comes out, and these games are interesting. These are also games that I really liked when they first came out. And the thing is, I still do like them when they come out. What the fuck did I just say? I still do really like them. I am fond of Sun and Moon, and I'm really fond of what they did to the series. There's a very, very big problem with them, though. These games are not replayable. Like, Sun and Moon have, like, no replay value whatsoever. That AniTuber replay value is nowhere to be found in this game, which is shocking, because usually replay value is all over the Pokemon series. Like, that is, like, replay value is the most important character in every single Pokemon game, okay? That's what makes Pokemon what it is. The fact that you can go and, like, start the game over, but have a completely different team in your party, or, yeah, whatever. I have edits I gotta make, so that is, okay. Fair enough. Anyway, like, replayability is the bread and butter of Pokemon. The fact that you can always come back to a Pokemon game and play it completely differently from how you played it last time, because you're going to have a completely different party. That's what makes Pokemon so great. And I'm not saying you can't do that in Sun and Moon, obviously. There are just lots of things that you have to go through in Sun and Moon that kind of don't make coming back worth it, basically. The TLDR is that, well, I mean, I don't know if there's a longer way of explaining it, but basically, Sun and Moon takes its story very, very seriously. Like, even more seriously than Black and White 1. Like, this is a Pokemon game that really leans into the story. Like, fully commits to having a story, dude. It's not even like, you know, Black and White 1 where, you know, overall you are following a story, but it kind of just feels like the gyms or whatever are, like, along the way. You know, like, you're kind of going on these two different paths that are parallel to each other. Both the path of, you know, having to stop Team Plasma and having to fight the gyms and whatnot. My laptop shut off again. That's how long this has been going on. My laptop shut off. Turn it back on, you fucking piece of shit. So anyway, Sun and Moon is like, yeah, like at all times you are contributing to the story, basically. Like, you are always following along an actual story. It's like a true career mode, basically. And the thing is, the story is really good. Like, genuinely one of the best stories in Pokemon, which I guess some might say is not a high bar to set. But it is genuinely really good. Like, it even, like, it's not as good as Black and White 1, but it does have some really, really great characters. Like, Lily is an amazing character. Freaking awesome. Like, a lot of the characters that you just kind of meet along the way that aren't, like, super relevant, but they're, like, there. Like, the trial leaders, or whatever they're called, which are the replacement for the gym leaders in this generation. Like, Lana is freaking great. Ace Frola, one of my favorite characters in all of Pokemon. So many great characters in this game. It's a lot of fun. Nanu, fucking love that dude. He's always bored and just doesn't give a shit, man. I want a soda, but I also don't want to, like, stop talking. So, I guess I'll have to just live without it for a bit. Yeah, and also, of course, my fucking boy, my fucking guy, Gladion. This fucking dumbass. Look at the, okay, he looks happy in here. This guy is the greatest. He just looks like this the entire time. They added... The big new thing of this game is that in battle, you can see the trainers behind their Pokemon. They did that just for this guy. Because the entire time you fight him, he's just looking like... He is a massive Chunibyo, and it is so fucking awesome. He is the best character fucking ever. I love this guy to pieces. So many great characters. So many just like fun moments in the game overall. And the thing is, the main game is a lot of fun. And genuinely the first time outside of, you know, like Diamond and Pearl, where they really transformed the Pokemon gameplay. Once again, everyone's like, Pokemon never does anything different. Sun and Moon is way different from regular Pokemon games. Namely that you don't have gym lead. You don't have gyms in this game. Instead, the main objectives that you follow along in this game are you go into these areas within the region where you have to kind of complete these different trials. So you get like a small gauntlet of Pokemon to fight, and then you fight a totem, which is like a supersized version. Well, not like a supersized, not like, you know, Dynamax in Gen 8 or what generation are we on? I fucking forgot what generation we're on. Generation 8, yeah. Mom, I'm 13, I eat unhappy meals. That's so true, actually. So yeah, you fight totems, which are, you know, Pokemon that obviously are... They're just Pokemon, except they summon an ally, so you're actually fighting them 1v2. Not even 2v2. No, you're fighting two Pokemon at once, and you have one Pokemon, so fuck you. And then the totem Pokemon will have, like, a stat boost applied to them passively. And it'll have, like, some kind of particular strategy that you have to deal with. Like, one of them is a grass Pokemon that gets stronger in the sunlight, so it summons a Castform that uses Sunny Day, and it like charges up the Solar Beam and shit like that. So like it's probably the most hardcore like Pokemon game. Like the game where not only were they serious about the story, but they were actually serious about the actual game design of this, where it's not just like mindless fights where you win by using a super effective move. Like, that's not entirely good enough in some of these fights. You actually have to properly strategize and figure out, like, what the boss is doing in order to actually take it down. And that's really cool. It's actually a pretty interesting game. And a fun game at that. Again, like a more hardcore Pokemon experience. Not like a total pushover like all the other games. I just thought of another character that I loved. Fucking Guzma. Guzma! It's ya boy Guzma. And Team Skull. You know what? Forget what you know about, like, Team Rocket or whatever team you love. Team Skull is the shit. I mean, I think Team Plasma is the best. The Team Plasma in black and white. But Team Skull, like, they are the fucking... Like, these guys are dorks, right? These guys are absolute fucking weirdos, and they are just the goofiest fuckers. But also, it makes sense, because in the story, they're actually, like, these... like, look at them. What are they fucking doing? They just sit there like this. They just sit there like a bunch of idiots, and it's fucking hilarious. But they're actually, like, a bunch of troubled youths who are, like... misfits or outcasts in their society, and then you go into their stronghold, which is an entire city that they just have under control for themselves, and it's this really, really amazing piece of atmospheric storytelling. One of the coolest areas in any Pokemon game ever. And then, of course, fucking look at this dude. Look at this fucking asshole. This guy looks like he's gonna sell you some gabagool or fucking whatever, dude. He's your boy Guzma. He's a Chad. He's a king, and I freaking love him. He's so good, dude. So yeah, like overall the story is great, and the gameplay is like really tight, really interesting, really in some ways challenging. Like, this is actually one of the harder Pokemon games out there, which again I know like might not say a whole lot, but because it does still fall into the same trap of like, you know, like, you know, you're on a route and you're just fighting some random trainers, and it's like, yeah, cool, but still you do get some like really, really fun. You get more of that, like an actual challenge in this game, as opposed to in comparison to most other Pokemon games, is what I'm trying to say. So that's all really, really cool. And another game that actually, like, you know, the story and what you're actually doing go hand in hand, where it's not just like you're fighting you're just trying to become the champion, and then eventually you fight a legendary, and it's like, alright, cool, you save the day, go back to your business, fighting gym leaders and shit like that. Actually, the story is kind of about forming the Pokemon League yourself in this game. So that's pretty awesome. It's like the Elite Four that gets formed is like the very first one ever for this region, and it's really cool and exciting. Alola is an interesting region, but not a very fun one. Like, thematically it's cool, and it does a lot for the story, but it's just not very interesting, like, visually. No places that are, like, fun or exciting to explore, so unfortunately Alola's pretty boring as a region. And I guess this is kind of where I get into some complaints, because here's the thing with Sun and Moon. Even though, again, really great story and really tight gameplay, what's wrong with these games? Well, couple of things. Even though the gameplay itself is really fun, like I said, it's not that replayable because the variety of Pokemon is very shallow in this game. Even though the regional dex is like 300 Pokemon or something, it seems good enough, but for some really weird reason, a lot of the Pokemon in this game, like a lot of the, especially the new ones, like the brand new Alolan Pokemon, or not even the Alolan forms, like the brand new ones, right, are like 1% encounters, and usually under very, very specific circumstances. Like I remember I wanted a Delmise, because I saw this dude. Fuck, I cannot type. I'm at a weird angle. Alright, like, I'm like, hey, this thing looks pretty cool. I would be interested in having this on my team. You find it very, very late into the game, like on the final island, the final quarter of the game, in one spot where you have to fish, and it's a 1% encounter. And there are many Pokemon that are like this in the game, like especially the new Pokemon. They just like shove them off into a completely obscure corner where you're never going to really notice them until you actually look them up on Cerebi and find them yourself. It's like, why did they do that for like everybody, dude? And meanwhile, you find Pelipper on every route. Every single one of them. Like, there are several Pokemon you find everywhere throughout the entire game. I caught a Wingull early on in the game because I'm like, hey, you know, even though I grew up with Gen 3, I never really warmed up to Wingull or Pelipper. I never had one myself, but, you know, I'm using the Fire Starter, and I'm going to catch a Rock type and a Grass type. This is really going to plug a hole in my team, you know? Like, the typing makes a lot of sense. I'm going to try out Pelipper for the first time in my entire life. And that's really good, because Pelipper ended up being really strong this generation, because they gave it Drizzle. So, pretty cool. I then realized Wingull and Pelipper are on every single fucking route in the game. I'm a fucking idiot for catching one. Like, I thought this was going to be rare. And no. It's, you find it fucking everywhere. It sucks. It's a pain in the ass. It really gets under your skin when you see it that many times. And then you're looking for a Pokemon you actually want, and you can't. Because it's a fucking 1% encounter for no reason. Or like an SOS encounter. Because wild Pokemon can sometimes call for other Pokemon. They can call for help, and then they'll find it, and then a second Pokemon will show up as an ally. And some Pokemon can only be found by doing that, which can be pretty difficult. When Sun and Moon came out, I actually tried to complete the entire regional Pokedex. And, I mean, I tried. I put a lot of time into it. Put, like, I don't know, 80 hours into it or something. And some of those Pokemon are just like after so many of those, like, really, really super rare encounters, I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. It's too fucking many. It is way too fucking many. I don't know, maybe this is where I'm supposed to breed some of the rare Pokemon I have and then trade them away for others, but I want to do everything myself. But I can't. So I didn't. I stopped. Whatever. My jaw hurts. So yeah, really, really lacking a Pokemon variety, which is kind of shocking. Although I did still build a really fun team for myself. I had a, the one new Pokemon, well, one of the new Pokemon I caught was a Shiinotic. It's this really cool-ass Pokemon. I love this thing. It's a witch cauldron mushroom. Look at it. Look at this idiot, dude. It's a fucking witch's brew, but it's a mushroom. I love this thing. I saw this was available in the game, and I'm like, yeah, I'm catching that, dude. What the fuck? Hell yeah. And this learns a move called Strength Sap, which lowers the attack of the target Pokemon and then restores its own HP by however much their attack stat was. And so, this was a really, really fun strategy where I would spam Strength Sap on something and just constantly lower their HP. And then I would bring out my Lycanroc, which is another new Pokemon. This one specifically. Of course, I had to have the edgy dog. And this thing learns Swords Dance and Rock Polish, which are TMs you can actually get really early for some reason. So I would use Shiinotic to like debuff something so low that I'd send in this dude, and then just buff my own stats and just sweep with no guard Stone Edge. And that was a lot of fun. That was freaking awesome. I love that. That was a lot of fun. So I still had fun with the game. Here's the biggest problem with Sun and Moon, though. And this is why this hurts the replayability so much. The games are slow. And it's because of the story. Because the story takes itself very seriously, you have to watch all of the cutscenes. There is no skip cutscene button in this fucking game. And it really needed one. Because some of those cutscenes feel very slow. It's not just like your traditional Pokemon where, you know, you're just mashing A to get some text boxes. They've got animations and shit. You gotta watch the cutscenes in this game, dude. So, yeah. It's bad. And that's in the beginning part of the game itself. Like, just the very beginning. Lycanroc looked like a Sonic character. Lycanroc Dusk definitely looks like a Sonic character. You're right. The thing with Sun and Moon, though, like the reason why this is so slow is specifically because of the beginning. The beginning quarter of the game or so, well, not much, but like the first 3 hours is like the most agonizing 3 hours of any Pokemon game, dude. Like, it is genuinely offensive. Like, it actually pissed me off when I first played it. Like, you just get bombarded with tutorials and other bullshit. Just telling you what to do, where to go, what you can do, what you should do, how to do things, etc., etc. Nobody will leave you the fuck alone for hours into this game. And I remember specifically, there was one part, like, after like an hour of just, you know, being constantly fucking hounded by NPCs, you finally get to like the first real city of the region, okay? And it's like, and then your rival, quote-unquote rival, Hao, who sucks, I don't like that guy, he's like, woo, I'm gonna go surf on the beach, you should come with me to the beach. And it's like, yeah, cool, totally, will do, whatever. He fucks off. So finally it seems like you're left to yourself, and it's like, finally, I can do what I want now. I'm going to enjoy my life. And you take like a step forward, and some completely random fucker, like not at all a character, just a faceless NPC is like, hey, you have a Rotom Dex! Isn't that so cool? Wow, that's freaking amazing, dude. It's so cool. Isn't the Rotom Dex so cool? Hey, did you know that you can take pictures with your really cool Rotom Dex? Hey, why don't you try taking a picture with your Rotom Dex right now? And I'm like, sir, I'm a 10-year-old boy. I don't want to take pictures of anything. I'm gonna go find my friend. Actually, you know, I think my mom's looking for me. I think I should go. And I try walking away, and he's like, hey, where are you going? Why aren't you taking pictures with your Rotom Dex? Don't you want to know how your Rotom Dex works? Don't you want to know how to play the game? Don't you want to take pictures of your super cool, awesome Rotom Dex? And I'm like, I'm going to commit crimes that the United Nations will not forgive me for on this fucking specimen. For fucking bothering me. For having the fucking audacity to talk to me like this. Just some fucking dude. You literally cannot leave. You cannot say no. You cannot walk away. You have to do what this guy says. So I walk up to literally a hole in the wall and take a picture of like whatever the fuck it was. I spent like 2 seconds doing it because I want to get the fuck out of there. And then he's like, wow, wasn't that so much fun? Wasn't it so cool that he had the fucking roll-up deck that you can take pictures with your running this? Wow! And I actually shut the game off after that. I actually had to take a break because I was so pissed at the game for just being so condescending. Like, it literally got to that point where I'm just like, this game is talking down to me just so severely that I actually feel embarrassed to play it. And I don't want to do that anymore. That was my first, like, 3 hours with Pokemon Sun and Moon. It was fucking miserable. Fortunately, after you get past the first trial and all that, the game shuts the fuck up and actually lets you carry on. But still, having to go through that again, it's like, I don't want to do that. That's why I don't want to play Sun and Moon again. For the most part. Like, I mean, nowadays, it's been like 6 years. Like, I can probably deal with it. But still, like, it was so miserable. Like, after I beat Sun and Moon, I had no desire to ever actually come back to it. Because I'm just like, I don't want to deal with that first section of the game. So, that shit sucked. So, Sun and Moon, I'm going to put this in the B tier. I think that Sun and Moon is a good game. It can be improved upon. It's fun. It's good and I like it. Overall, good Pokemon games. But could be improved upon. Definitely have some big issues. So hopefully, Sun and Moon could be improved upon with Ultra Sun and Moon. Hopefully that these games will bring us the improvements that we've been asking for. Let me get a soda real quick. Because I've got something to say about Sun and Moon. Ultra. Oh boy. What a day. What a day it's been. And I really do need a drink. Because, let me tell you guys. Let me tell you something. Ultra Sun and Moon are maybe the worst Pokemon games ever. Ultra Sun and Moon is in some ways actually offensive. Like, these games legitimately awoke the pessimist, the critic of Pokemon that was kind of sleeping within me. It really brought out, like, my worst feelings about it, basically. Because these games are scams. Ultra Sun and Moon is a fucking scam. Like, actually, legitimately. It's actually offensive that they put these games out. Here's why. They didn't do shit to Sun and Moon. They not only that, well, they did. Here's the thing. They did make changes to Sun and Moon. They actively made the game worse. They literally made Sun and Moon worse in Ultra, which is insane. It doesn't feel like it should. That seems like it should be really difficult to do. Like, Sun and Moon were good. How can they make them worse? Well, obviously bottom tier. Ass games. Here's the thing. You remember when I was saying this game really needs a skip cutscene button? It didn't come with a skip cutscene button. It didn't come with one at all. Any other quality of life upgrades you might have hoped for? No, you don't get those. And you remember when I was saying that you had this really tight gameplay in base Sun and Moon? Well, Ultra tries to appease, I guess, the hardcore enthusiasts who are always like, oh, Pokemon's too easy, by being even more challenging which is respectable enough. Except they confuse difficulty with sheer fucking horse shit. Where they just design bosses to be busted. And they just say, fuck you, eat a dick, basically. Like, in regular Sun and Moon, Wishy-Washy is a pretty cool totem boss. Because it's a strong Pokemon, but it has a very obvious weakness. Where if you drop it to low health, it transforms into something super weak. So it's kind of like you're facing 3/4 of a Gigas boss, or whatever, if that even makes sense. You know? So it's like if you can withstand its attacks, and just kind of, you know, get it down to low health, and just, you know, outlast it, you'll be able to beat it, right? Well, the water totem in Ultra is just some water bug that has an ability that gives it 2.5 times stab. Like not even double stab like adaptability. It's actually better than adaptability. And also it's in the rain. So it's like its water type attacks deal like 4 times damage. And it also resists fire moves super hard. And it also has ice type moves if you want to think about using a grass type or whatever. It's also a bug type, so no grass type moves either. Just eat shit against this thing. Just fuck you and go die against Totem Araquanid. That's the solution. That's how you beat it. You don't. It just fucks you up and erases you. It brings out like all the really well-designed and strategic bosses that you get in regular Sun and Moon are replaced by just ridiculously, comically unfair bosses. Alright? Ultra Necrozma. Alright? This guy. I have words for this man. It's not a man, but whatever. Okay? This fucker. I wish I still had the background. The black background, but whatever. Man, this thing, people have really praised this guy because it's like, hey, wow, for the first time, Pokemon made the legendary fight actually hard. Wow, that's so cool. Yeah, it's so much fun to fight a legendary Pokemon that has stats stronger than Arceus and is also 10 levels stronger than you. And also has a +1 stat boost on everything. And also has almost perfect coverage with 4 moves. Wow, what a great boss fight. Just make something that one-shots everything in the game. Wow, I love engaging with boss fights and not just getting fucking dad-dicked. And someone might say, look at this loser. He's salty that because he lost to it. I didn't lose to it. I beat Ultra Necrozma first try, but I still thought it was bullshit. And here's why. Here's how you beat Ultra Necrozma. You catch a Magneton. Magneton is like the one Pokemon in the entire game that will resist all 4 of its moves. And it still hurts like a motherfucker. It's still like 2 hits or 3 hits you. Because again, it's 10 levels stronger than you. It has stats stronger than Arceus, and it has an Omni boost. So, just get fucked. I fucking, like, I want you to understand. I had my Magneton paralyze this bitch. And it still outsped everything on my team. And one-shot almost everything. Like, you just get fucking obliterated by it. And, look, here's the thing. There are ways to beat it. There are actually very, very easy and simple ways to beat it. And that would make a lot of sense. And that, should make it a more balanced fight or whatever. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible or anything. Here's the thing. Here's how you beat Ultra Necrozma reliably. You just build defensive Mons and fight it with more passive strategies. Like, you can Toxic Stall it. You can use, like, cheap strategies like Focus Sash, Endeavor, like Fear Rattata, basically. You can Destiny Bond it. Stuff like that. totally valid ways to beat it. There are many, many ways you can do it. You can use like Imposter Ditto if you even have that. Stuff like that. Like, that's all totally valid. Here's the thing though. Pokemon never gives you reasons to do that. Like, Pokemon as a game is designed to make you just deal super effective damage. That is what it teaches the player all the time. Use super effective moves. Super effective damage, that's how you play Pokemon. So you don't actually think about defensive strategies. You don't construct teams based on defense and passivity. So when you have a boss that is suddenly like, hey, you should have built a defensive team, it's like, well, why? Why would I have done that? There's nothing else in the game that requires me to do this. And that's why Ultra Necrozma is such fucking horse shit. Because it just completely goes against, like, everything else that you do in the game. And I hate it. I actually hate that fucking thing. It's so stupid, dude. Now, I'll give you this. I'll admit something very easily. One of the coolest boss themes in all of Pokemon. Totally get that. What? Arceus V-Storm Middle? What? I'll have to check that out. Cool, another thing to spend like $200 on. More fucking Pokemon cards. Anyway, what was I thinking? Yeah, this is the theme that you hear as every Pokemon on your team gets one shot and you lose 6-0. 6-0. Go die. There was one time when I actually like got fucked by a boss in Ultra, and it actually made sense. It's the last totem, which is Ribombee, where I was kind of setting up my own strategy or whatever it was doing, and then this bitch Ribombee uses Quiver Dance to boost all of its stats, and after doing that like twice, it becomes so strong that it just destroys my entire team. But I'm like, oh, well, this makes sense. Obviously, you just have to pressure it so that it doesn't set up. That makes a lot of sense, and that's a very fun way to like have a boss fight, when you have a clear strategy that and the means of beating it are easily accessible, as opposed to, again, Ultra Necrozma, where if you don't have a Magneton, go fuck yourself, basically. I cannot imagine playing Ultra Sun and Moon when I was 10. Like, I could not imagine having to deal with some of those fights. Like, I would have no fucking idea, dude. I would just be like, this game's ass, and I would never, ever finish it. But we're not even done. Like, this isn't even the worst stuff about Ultra Sun and Moon, okay? This isn't even why I hate this game so much. It's not just that they made Sun and Moon worse. Again, like, it's how much worse they made Sun and Moon. It's like what they actually did to like actively ruin it in some cases. So, Alola is a region that's made up of 4 islands, and you don't really do anything between the islands. You just take some fairies to get through them. Okay, well, Ultra tried to improve upon this by saying, hey, in Ultra, you can actually surf on a Mantine to get from island to island. And when I was thinking, and when I heard that, I'm like, wow, that's like the perfect way to improve Sun and Moon. To like open up the areas between the islands. That sounds like so much fun. What it actually is a mini game where you go up a tidal wave, press right 3 times so that it plays an animation, and then you get hit by a rock and die. That's what they do. It's just some complete garbage ass mini game that is just horrible. Like, it's something where you like gain points for, I think, having speed or momentum. So they obviously have obstacles in the way, where if you hit them, you like, you know, your score is going to suck ass, basically. Except, because of the animations and the way they designed this stupid ass thing, you can't actually see the obstacles when you're doing tricks. So you just fall over onto like a Sharpedo and you just get wrecked. And it's horrible. It's awful. And it's just more meandering by the game. Like, the game follows the regular events of Sun and Moon, where you fight the first totem or whatever, and then it's like, alright, hey, we're going to go to the second island. So meet us at the dock, which is in this part of the region, and we'll go over there. So you walk your ass over to wherever that is, okay? And then they're like, actually, do you want to play the Mantine Surf minigame? Alright, why don't you go do that? It's on the other side of the fucking island. And then they get to the ferry, so you have to go and drag your ass to a completely different area that you could have just gone to in the first place. And then play this shit-ass fucking minigame. And I'm pretty sure they make you do this every single time you go to a new island. And it is awful. It is miserable to play this. I fucking hate it, dude. I actually... It's horrible. And that's still not even the worst thing that Ultra Sun and Moon brings to the table. The worst thing, the worst feature in any Pokemon game, the Rotom Dex, which I mentioned earlier in Sun and Moon. It kind of exists. Rotom Dex it's the bottom screen of this game. It holds your mini map, and you can access your menu from it. And also, there are a couple of like camera mini games where you can like take pictures of Pokemon or whatever, stuff like that. And that's what Rotom Dex does. This is all still true in Ultra Sun and Moon. They didn't really change that. Except, in Ultra specifically, or rather, here's the thing. In regular Sun and Moon, the Dex Nav, not the Dex Nav, the Rotom Dex will still like, it'll talk to you. It'll like have some like message on the bottom screen, like when you like turn the game on or whatever. And it's just like there. It's like whatever, it's random. It doesn't get in your way. That's the thing. It doesn't get in your way. In Ultra, for some reason, they made this motherfucker talk to you constantly. Like, constantly this motherfucker is telling you things that you know, and it's telling you the things that kind of make Pokemon annoying. All of that constant, like, reaffirmation, and it's like, oh, you're so cool, you're so great, wow, I really love being your friend, and all the annoying, sappy stuff like that. Which, again, I get it, it's a game for kids, it just makes people feel good. Fine. Again, though, at least it didn't get in the way in the first game. But in this one, like, it'll actually, like, ask you questions. And you cannot open your map or whatever it is you need to do until you actually, like, give it attention. It, like, actively holds your bottom screen hostage until you do its bidding. There was one time, which is, I had another, like, public freak out moment over this. There was another time when I just lost it because this thing asked me a question. It was like, hey, you don't think I'm annoying, do you? Am I bothering you? Am I helpful to you? And you have two options. You can say, yeah, you're helpful to me. Or, yes, you're helpful to me. You cannot tell it no. You can't even fucking say no to this thing. It just fucking forces its way into your head and your heart. And it is fucking agonizing having to deal with this motherfucker. You'll just like walk out onto a route. You'll just like start your adventure like la-di-da-di-da, I'm on a new route, cool, time to fight some Pokemon. And then they'll just like pop out of your pocket and be like, hey, look at me, I'm gonna activate an O-Power. And then you get a stat buff. It's like, motherfucker, I didn't want you to do that. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you making things happen that I don't want? It is so fucking infuriating. It is the worst shit ever. It made me hate the game. I wanted to snap this thing over my fucking knee. It made me miserable and want to die. And that is what Ultra Sun and Moon does to you. And, by the way, keep in mind, they charge you $40 for this. This is a $40 game that adds no improvements to Sun and Moon, basically. Just, like, nothing new that actually is exciting. Like, sure, you get a couple of new Pokemon or whatever. That's about it. You can have a few more Pokemon in the local regional decks. So cool. It's about it though. It's a $40 game. Like I said, Sun and Moon have very, very low replayability. So having to replay Sun and Moon just after 1 year, when I really did not want to have to sit through like all that shit again, it was like, no. Like, no, this is the worst thing ever. And it was bad. So, Ultra Sun and Moon can suck my left nut. Fucking bullshit game that, like, genuinely made me rethink my fandom. Because I'm just like, I felt stupid. Like, I felt like a fucking idiot, dude. I felt like an idiot for buying this game. For, like, buying into Pokemon, like, saying that they had fixed stuff or whatever. I'm just like, I paid $40 for this. Like, oh my god! And this game came out when I was, like, at my most broke. Like, this is when my my older sister had her kid, and she was living with me, and, like, no one had money whatsoever. And I'm just like, oh my god, dude. This is what I just fucking did to myself. I regretted everything. I hate it. I'll say this. If you have not played Sun and Moon, then Ultra is probably not that bad. It's probably fine. But if you have played Sun and Moon, you've played Sun and Moon, you don't need to play Ultra. You genuinely do not. So don't. Don't even worry about it. Don't bother yourself with it. And even then, if you haven't played Sun and Moon, just play Sun and Moon. Just play regular Sun and Moon. Don't play Ultra, because Ultra is worse. The one thing that it did add that I did kind of like is that it has a photo mini game, which, like, the game kind of tries teaching you, but again, the tutorials are so fucking obnoxious that I don't want to deal with them. But after the post game, I just, like, figured it out for myself and explored it on my own terms, and I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of fun and cool. So here's a cool picture of my character with my shiny breaks in. Look at that. Look at that cutie. I love it. Yep, my shiny breaks in that I got all the way back in Pokemon Y. I think it was Pokemon Y. And then, of course, there's a Fennekin. Yep. Love it. You can also do stuff like this, which is pretty funny. So, this was actually a really good feature. This is cool. This was, like, the one thing I liked in Ultra Sun and Moon. But, yeah, the rest of the game. I paid $40 for it. So, no thank you for that. So, yeah, Ultra Sun and Moon, Ultra Ass, and Shit and Piss is what a better name for those games. Ultra, everyone jokes that, Sun and Moon, SNM, ha 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 ha. Yeah, playing Ultra Sun and Moon actually did feel like SNM, but, like, not. Like, I assume at some point that it's supposed to feel good, or that you're supposed to derive pleasure for it. I just felt guilt and pain and agony that I paid $40 for Sun and Moon, but with worse bosses. And a bottom screen that does not ever shut the fuck up. And a Mantine minigame where you press right several times to crash into sharks and whales. Yep, that was that. So yeah, really made me rethink everything going forward, which leads us into the Switch era, where we get Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Which I have not played, and I'm just going to say it, I'm probably not going to like these games. I am probably not going to like Let's Go, because how many times have I ranted about Kanto and, like, Red and Blue and whatever? It's a Red and Blue remake again. which not only feels unnecessary, but again, like I don't want these games. Like I don't want them. Okay, and also they like I guess they wanted these games to be the jumping on point for little kids, which is fine. And actually, my niece, who is about to turn 5, she really wants a Nintendo Switch, so maybe I'll have to get with my sister and brother-in-law and be like, hey, let's get her a Switch and we'll get her Let's Go Pikachu, because she'll probably love that. It seems like a good way to do that. Yeah. But I'm 26. I don't want to play a game that makes me feel like a child, and that is what this game is going to do, because this game has stuff like the Pikachu or Eevee that you can get. They where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here we go. They give Pikachu and Eevee these special new moves that only they can learn, and they have these amazingly fucking names, amazingly named names. So if I have look again, honestly, I'm sure this game's like all right, but I'm not going to. I'm 26 years old. I'm not going to play a game where I have to use Batty Bad to defeat Team Rocket in their fucking illegal casino. All right, I have better things to do. I hold myself to a slightly higher standard than that. I'm going to pass. No thank you. I don't even like Red and Blue, so I'm probably never going to enjoy those games, even if I do ever play them. Yeah. Thank you, Maz. Very cool. You're welcome. Thank you for joining me on my excursion of misery and hell and pain. Now, that said, we are now in Sword and Shield, the next generation of Pokemon, the, I guess, most recent generation of Pokemon. My mouse just fucked off for a second. Believe it or not, I have not played Sword and Shield. I have Sword and Shield. I actually bought it a long time ago when I got my Switch. My Switch is right fucking here. But I've never played Sword and Shield. I have Pokemon Sword. I even have the DLC pass with it. I plan on playing it pretty soon, especially since we've got Gen 9 coming up. So, yeah, I was busy with Legends Arceus, basically. But I think I'm going to start Pokemon Sword pretty soon. And the thing is, I was really hesitant to, like, get Sword. Because, like, I mean, I guess I could say I couldn't really afford a Switch at the time, but, like, I could make it work. You know, especially when I got into pandemic season and it was, like, I was making, like, shitloads of money for a bit. For like 2 weeks, basically. It's like, yeah, I could have gotten it then, but I just didn't really want to. I just didn't care all that much, because UltraSun and Moon broke me so hard that I'm like, you know what? I'm really not all that excited about Pokemon anymore. About brand new Pokemon games. Especially now that Breaksin is not in the fucking game. How could you do this to me? How could you fucking... Look, what I just showed you earlier... Where was it? This is no longer allowed. If I can't do this in a Pokemon game, what is the fucking point? What do I have left for me? What do I have left for myself? I am Mozilla Fennekin. You're literally erasing my existence by saying that Fennekin is not in this in this game. Like, what the fuck is that shit, dude? That actually really pissed me off when they announced the removal of the national dex, which they didn't even really announce. Junichi Masuda just, like, said it in an interview one time where he's just like, oh yeah, we're not going to have the national dex. And it was just like, what? Like, I remember asking my friends, I was like, was that a mistranslation, or did he just fucking say that national dex is gone? Like, that's a massive fucking issue, dude. Like, man just announced the end of the world so casually, like we wouldn't notice. And I guess he didn't want us to. Because I don't even think they said anything in Japan. So, very cool. Yeah, I even made a video all the way back in, like, 2019. Where I, kind of rambled about on this a little bit. That was an interesting time. So yeah, I was really down on the Pokemon series, and even, like, what they were bringing to the games. Like, here's the thing. The National Dex controversy it doesn't begin and end with the national decks. Like, that's not really the issue that we all have with the games. Like it's like, obviously it sucks that it's gone, but here's the thing: if Pokemon could make a good game in spite of the removal of features like national decks, then that would be fine. The problem is they make a game that looks fucking awful. Like, awful, dude. Like, Sword and Shield. I wonder if gameplay. Yeah, here we go. Like, I mean, this screenshot isn't really going to do it justice. Like, this actually looks pretty okay, but like a lot of the game just looks awful. I hate this. This battle interface is such shit, dude. Like, why are there white boxes on everything? Where's the color? Where's the fun? You know, where's like something that you really, that like really pops, that you want to engage with? I mean, I don't really think screenshots are doing it justice, especially since they're like smaller. But I mean, you can remember all the times when everybody, I mean, this kind of explains it. Just like terrible looking environments all over the place. A lot of the battles in the game take place in like really generic backgrounds. Like, they didn't even make backgrounds for a lot of the battles within the game. You just like get taken into some dimensional void as you fight. The Dynamax feature, I think, is dumb. I don't like it personally. I just don't like it. That's about it. However, at the end of the day, I am a little bit more optimistic about Sun and Moon. I keep saying Sun and Moon, dude. What the fuck? Sword and Shield. And I actually have a much better attitude about it nowadays, and I think that if I do play these games, which I do plan on doing, I am going to like them. I actually think I'm going to like Sword and Shield whenever I finally get around to them. Because here's why. Here's why. Marty Sweep! Marty Sweep! Marty, best fucking character of all fucking time! Marty fucking Sweep, baby! Marty, best character, Pokemon from Sun and Moon, Pokemon Sword and Shield, Marty. Marty from Pokemon Sword and Shield. This is the game right here. Pokemon Sword and Shield, it's a good game. Why? Because it has Marnie in it. If the game doesn't have Marnie in it, it's a shit game. That's how it goes, baby. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. So that's why I like Sword and Shield now. But I really will probably enjoy those games, because I'm sure as baseline Pokemon games, they're fine. I'm sure they're like fine. They're probably all right. So I will get into them very soon, and I'm looking forward to it. Now we are at the second to last game, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, the remakes of Diamond and Pearl, which came out last year on the Switch. And I'll just say it. No, I will not play them ever, and I won't like them if I do play them, because, like I just kind of said, I don't even want to play regular Diamond and Pearl, because I don't think they're going to be very good. And I was very against remakes for Diamond and Pearl, especially after ORAS. Because I'm like, look, everybody's complaining about OmegaRuby. Everybody's mad about ORAS nowadays because ORAS messed up, basically, by only remaking Ruby and Sapphire and ignoring a lot of stuff that Emerald did. And now these people want a remake for Diamond and Pearl. Like, you're gonna get the same fucking thing. Why do you think they're gonna, make it better? Or whatever it is. Like, why would you think that? You're just setting yourselves up here. And then, of course, they announce it, and they announce it with the fucking meme tag, Sinnoh confirmed. And I'm like, everybody deserves whatever the fuck they get. And what they get is an outsourced game. A fucking outsourced game by who the fuck knows, and they absolutely did not do it justice. They basically remade Diamond and Pearl just straight up, no changes whatsoever, and also kind of made it worse, because the games don't even fucking work. Only, like, the games work, okay? But, like, the exploits that you can find about these games is, like, laughable. There's actually a lot of shit that is really busted, to the point where you can fuck around with these games on the level of, like, red and blue. Okay, like, they are so poorly optimized and so poorly made, dude. Like, it's actually hard to believe that that these games are just so broken that, like, in 2021 we got games that rivaled red and blue and just sheer brokenness. Although, again, they're generally, like, functionable if you just play the games normally, but it's just ridiculous, dude. Again, Diamond and Pearl just has lots of issues, and they obviously were not going to do anything that Platinum has, so, like, why bother? I don't want that at all. I will say, I've enjoyed watching other people play it. I watched, like, every HoloLive member play through BrilliantDiamond, and that was a lot of fun. I actually liked that quite a bit. And also, watching it made me think, wow, I do not want to play this. So, that's just me. Anybody who does play it and likes it, good for you, I guess. Cool. I mean, I did see some people having a lot of fun with it, so good on them. Congratulations. If you really wanted this remake and you're really happy about it, great. I think that these games are, like, the most successful pieces of shovelware ever, though. They sold, like, what, 15 million copies? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I actually can't believe, like I'm actually mad that it worked. Like, I'm actually, like, really pissed off that it worked. That Pokemon can just get away with making shit, and everybody's just like, yep, bring it on, dude. Like, why, man? But you know, the shit that whatever nonsense has gone on with BrilliantDiamond, you know, with you know how badly made these games are and how they didn't improve the OG Diamond and Pearl whatsoever. It's exactly why I was saying, don't make a Diamond and Pearl remake, because that's what we're going to get. And that's exactly what happened. So, great. And also, they're $60 games. Yeah, I'm not paying $60 for that shit. No, thank you. Again, I have standards, and I learned well after UltraSun and Moon. So, that's about it. And that's going to bring us to the final game of the series. Alright, Scarlet and Violet are here. I'm just going to put Scarlet and Violet and haven't played but probably will like, because I'm actually kind of excited for what they're doing with Scarlet and Violet. Like, the last trailer they showed was actually pretty cool. The game still looked terrible graphically, but the branching storylines that you can kind of do, like the sort of a free roaming game design that they're gonna have in this game, it's like, yeah, and it even has some stuff that Legends Arceus was doing, so cool, great. So I'm actually pretty excited for Scarlet and Violet, believe it or not. Like, I'm like, for the first time in a long time, I'm excited for a Pokemon game. Whoa! So that leaves us with one final game. Legends Arceus, the newest Pokemon game, released in 2022. You must go to work, however, oh no. Oh, so sad. Well, that's good, because, yeah, we're on the final game. Yeah, oh yeah, this is definitely going to stay up, dude. Like, this is not disappearing at all. So, no worries about that. So, have a good day, my dude, and thank you for stopping by and staying for so long. Peace. Anyway, I will continue by myself. Legends Arceus, I gotta say, after, you know, spending like 8 months beating this game's like 8 months old, and I only just now beat it, only just now found the time for it, stuff like that. Oh, man, can't believe it took me that long. For what it's worth, I did put like 80 hours into it, so I deliberately took my time. And I think that kind of says something about how my experience has gone with it. Because I really gotta say, Legends Arceus goes up with the big boys. Oh my goodness, dude. I can't believe this game exists. this game doesn't even seem real to me. Like, even now, like, I would not be surprised if Legends Arceus does not ever happen again. Like, we never get a Pokemon game like this ever again. Because it in a way, feels too good to be true. And these games are not even perfect. Like, they're not even close to perfect. They still have huge problems that I could go on and on about, dude. But, like, dude, like, I can't believe Game Freak did it. Like, I can't believe Game Freak made a Pokemon game that is fun to play on a moment-to-moment basis. That is what they've done. That's something that, like, again, even the best Pokemon games, even Black and White, HeartGold, Emerald, these games have stretches where they are, like, infuriating to sit through because it's just a drag having to go through these mindless battles that just don't do anything to really help you other than just give you shreds of experience. And it's like, oh god, dude, it sucks. Legends Arceus doesn't have any of those moments. Like, it doesn't have quite the same gameplay highs, I will say. I will admit that. But the actual gameplay loop that you have where you're actually running around and quickly engaging with wild Pokemon, just like throwing a Pokeball at them and then just like dashing off and going to do something else while like something else is happening. Like, it's actually amazing how much fun this game is. Or if you do want to get into a battle with something, it's like suddenly it takes you like 30 seconds to get in and out of a battle because everything is so quick and snappy and it doesn't waste your time with all the normal bullshit of Pokemon. Like all the fanfare that comes with every single move that you do. That doesn't happen in Legends Arceus. Like, they actually made a game that is fun constantly. I love playing this game, dude. That's why I spent 80 hours on it. Because, look, the story's not that long. It's like, what, 20 hours maybe? But I actually wanted to see every spot of the land, of the world. I actually wanted to fill out the Pokédex. And I wanted to see all the new Pokemon and what they did. And how like what different moves did what, and like all these new functions that you get, because they completely changed the battle style in this game and stuff like that. Like, it's so much different from regular Pokemon, but it's still in the same spirit of it. So it absolutely feels like a Pokemon game, even though it's so incredibly different. It is easily the most unique game on this entire list, but it is genuinely one of the strongest games that Pokemon has ever seen. And again, huge problems with this game, okay? Far from perfect. The story, ass. Like the worst story in any Pokemon game, dude. I know Pokemon can be dumb and silly, but oh my god, man. Like this game is about nothing. This game is about fucking nothing, and it's just boring, and I don't like any of it. Alright? Every character in this game sucks, except for Irida, kind of, who's only, like, kinda good. She mostly just has a really good design. So, only a slight pass. Everyone else, awful. The game, the graphics, holy fucking shit, dude. Wow, does this game look bad. And it runs terribly, too. Like, you walk into a tree, your game's just, like, fucked. Like, it won't crash, but it'll feel like it is. It'll feel like it is crashing. It'll just have you stuck there for, like, a whole last minute while it just you know, recompiles itself. It's, like, miserable to get through it sometimes. I think the bosses are, like, kind of, like, not all that fun, really, but, like, they're kind of there. So, I do think that they can improve upon this formula. The thing is, I kind of doubt they will. Like, I really don't know. I'm really not confident that we're going to get another game like Legends Arceus ever again. But man, do I hope we do. Like, this really felt like, for the first time in a long time, Game Freak actually made this game with a passion. Like, they actually gave a shit about what they were making. And I'm not even trying to say Game Freak is lazy or stuff like that. I think that Game Freak is just forced into constantly crunching to make the next Pokemon game, to constantly make a new Pokemon game every single year. And it's just been demoralizing and demotivating for them. And I think that's why Sword and Shield kind of came out the way they did. And they're also not given nearly the amount of resources that they deserve. But at the very least, it felt like for the first time they, like, sat down and were like, alright, let's just do something that we want to do. Like, let's make something that we, like, that's inspired. Like, let's not just make a Pokemon game. Let's make a game, dude. And that's what they did. And I love it. I freaking love Legends Arceus. I'm so impressed with it. I really hope Game Freak gets an opportunity like this at some point later on in the future, because they deserve it. This game really deserves its success. I fucking hate how successful BrilliantDiamond and UltraSun are, and to an extent, Let's Go. But Legends Arceus, get this shit to the top, okay? It deserves that, because it's really a great game that I absolutely love. And I am going to be making something about it at some point, okay? I am going to be making stuff. I'm going to do whatever I can to express my feelings about this game properly. So, hopefully you'll be able to see that in the near future. I'm going to start working on that. So, that's about it for my tier list. 5 hours later, I finished. I can't believe it took me this long. How the fuck did it take me this long? It took me like almost an hour for every generation, dude. Holy shit. What can I say, dude? When you spend 17 years fixated on one franchise, you really start thinking about it. So I guess I just needed to let it out. You now know my full thoughts on the Pokemon franchise, basically. That's how I feel. Well, at least the games. This isn't actually the entire franchise, because we haven't even gotten to the trading card game. Woo! Should I even open this? Like, I kind of... No one's watching anymore. But you know what? I'm going to do that. Let's do it. I'll have to, like, change this around a little bit. But let's go and do it. I mean, my desk is a fucking mess. Why not? Like, I think some people, like the people who were watching earlier, are going to come back and maybe they're going to be excited, and maybe, you know, fingers crossed, something exciting happens, and we get like a reaction to that or whatever. So here's, anyway, recapping the tier list. There it is. Black and White 1, Emerald, HeartGold, SoulSilver, Legends Arceus. Actually, let's order this real quick. I'll kind of do that while I open up the box. So I have to like move my speakers around because my earbuds are getting caught on stuff. Oh, I do not have a lot of mobility here. You know what? I don't even need the earbuds. I just have it for the music, but I can just turn that off. So whatever. Okay. So, now my chair is stuck on stuff. God damn it, dude. More stuff. Okay. So, let me open this real quick and think about the order of these games. So, I think I would... I mean, obviously, Black and White are my favorites. And I think I would put Emerald at number 2. I think that's safe there. Do I want... This is a tough question. Legends Arceus over HeartGold. Like, that would be a bold statement. Because here's the thing. I made a big deal about replayability with Sun and Moon, and that is kind of true. But, like, I don't think that Legends Arceus is that replayable. But it also doesn't really need to be, which is the thing. Although I do think there's, like, a difficulty that you can get with these games, so... maybe? You know what? Maybe I should look this up. Is there a difficulty setting for Legends Arceus? Okay. No, but you probably won't need it. It might be the hardest mainline game of the franchise. I don't know if I agree with that. No, I think UltraSun and Moon is harder, but UltraSun and Moon is also like more bullshit. Oh, you're listening at least? Oh, hello. I thought it said like 0 listeners. So anyway, yeah. Do I want Legends Arceus over HeartGold, SoulSilver? Like SoulSilver has more to do, but Legends Arceus has like a better gameplay hook and stuff like that, and like I don't know, dude. I think for now I'm going to leave it like this. I don't want recency bias to get the best of me, so I'm just going to leave it at that. All right, A tier, Crystal, Colosseum, Black 2, X. I think I'm going to put Colosseum in front, and then Black 2 over this, and then X in fourth. Man, now I'm suddenly comparing. Oh man, oh, this is actually a lot harder than I thought. I think I might leave these there, because even though like I think I kind of enjoy X more, but it also has like way more shortcomings than just baseline Crystal, which again I have a ton of nostalgia for. And I know Crystal has like a technically better version in HeartGold, but like I can't really criticize the game too much just for having like an objectively better version that came way later. So I still really like regular Crystal overall. Crystal's really good for what it is. All right, then B tier, regular, gold, silver. I'm going to put Sun and Moon in front. I think Sun and Moon is better than all 4 of these games. And then OG, gold, and silver. I'll put platinum here. I think actually I'll put Gale of Darkness above that. Yeah, that's going to be our ranking for that. Then C tier. Oraz is better than these. And then I'll leave yellow there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put FireRed over, because I think FireRed is more fun overall and has the Sevi Islands, which is pretty cool. So I'll keep that. And then in these doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. And then UltraSun versus Red and Blue. I think I'll leave that there. Yeah, I think UltraSun is probably at least a little more enjoyable. Like I can probably come back to UltraSun now and like at least get something out of it, as opposed to like, I don't know, regular fucking whatever. You know, you get what I'm saying. Regular red and blue, which is just like not good at all. So yeah, even though UltraSun hurt my feelings and stuff like that. All right, so let's open this Lost Origin Pokemon Center Elite Trainer box. So of course there are Elite Trainer boxes, and then there are Pokemon Center Elite Trainer boxes. These are the ones that you get online at the Pokemon Center, and they're exclusive there. Regular Elite Trainer boxes. Actually, here, let me get the last two. I don't have a regular Elite Trainer box. That's going to come later on. But, like, here's the last set, which was Astral Radiance. So there's, like, the regular one, and then, ooh, Pokemon Center. So they have a bit of a different design, but same Pokemon. And the difference between a regular ETB, which as, and a PC ETB, is that the Pokemon Center boxes have like more, you know, they're the premium version basically. So these boxes, what they come with is basically a bunch of stuff to like get you I guess up to date with like, well, not necessarily up to date, but like you get a bunch of stuff in these boxes that are useful for just playing the game. So like you get card dividers for decks or your collections or whatever. I actually got I got a code card. Yeah, I know what that is. You got a brick of energy, which is actually fucking useless. We don't really need those because those come with like every product nowadays. You get a coin that you can flip around. You got status markers, and then you get wait a minute, you get a pin. Wait a minute, this is unusual. Why do you get a pin? Interesting. Okay, I didn't expect the pin. You don't get like a little like a collector's item like that. That's pretty cool, huh? At least I don't think you do. How interesting. V-Star marker, V-Star. Long story about that. Basically, there are cards called V-Star cards, and they can activate certain things, but they're only once per game things. And then dice, so that will be dice key. And then we got, wait. Oh, this is kind of cool. Hang on. This is a little unusual. So we get card sleeves, but these have like gold backs on them. That's unusual. The past ones have all had like silver backs. They're obviously like supposed to be translucent, but that's interesting. Very, very interesting. You bought a couple of boosters who just turned 18. First time you bought cards in 10 years. Wow. Welcome aboard. And of course, in these boxes, you get, most importantly, packs. Now, regular ETBs come with 8 packs. Pokemon Center ETBs come with 10. So that's how many we have to open. So, yeah, that is, the Elite Trainer boxes, I think, are a lot of fun. I've been collecting these for the last year, so I have basically all the ones that have come out in that time. And they're great. It's actually, like, they're actually perfect for me, because they're, like, the exact amount that I should, like, spend on. It's like every set, I know there's going to be a bunch of stuff coming out, but I can limit myself to getting the Elite Trainer boxes, and then just kind of leave it at that. That'll at least give me, you know, enough so that I have a considerable amount to open, but I'm not, like, going crazy overboard. And even if I, you know, don't get anything that's, like, really cool that I would want, at least I can have, like, the cool box and just be, like, you know, as, like, a display item. So I've been keeping all the boxes separate, or rather, not, like, separate, but, like, I've been putting them along my wall, which obviously you can't see right now, and I can't bring the camera over there, but yeah, really really fun thing, and I like these. Oh shit, I forgot about these. Whatever, I'll just like throw them away. I have like 10,000 of those. I know the card dividers over there as well. Oh god damn it! I left like a bunch of stuff out. Okay, what a mess. What a goddamn mess. All right, let's open these. So the big cool card that everybody wants is alternate art Giratina V. If I pull this thing, I am immediately going to sell it and then buy a new microphone, because that card is worth $300. And there's no reason for it to like go down in value. Like, it will go down in value, but it's going to stay in the couple hundreds range, and then eventually just go up and up and up and up, because that bitch is going to be hard as hell to pull. You're going to have to be really lucky to get that. And, yeah. So, but I am not all that lucky when I am opening cards. I have yet to get any of the super highly coveted cards that everybody else in the world wants, including myself. So, it is what it is. I mean, if you open cards just for the sake of the polls, like for the just because you want to get those cool special cards, you're doing it wrong. You're just going to piss yourself off, and you should find something else to do. Seriously, for real. Like that's just really unhealthy. All right, pack number 2. Other than that, I'm actually not really all that into this set. It's just like kind of whatever. I mean, there are some when it comes to playing. Hey, there's a Rotom V. All right, cool. Our good friend Rotom that we were saying really nice, fun things about earlier. Hang on, I'm gonna better focus. Focus on the card, please. There we go. Cool. Gorgeous. Wonderful. Yeah. Alright, so there's one. That's probably going to be the best card I pull in the entire box, because my luck with these boxes has been trash. So of course my strategy is just to get more of these boxes. Why won't I? So in a couple of weeks, it depends. The seller I got it from, they're having an issue with their warehouse, but in exchange for that, they were selling at really good prices. But in a couple of weeks, I'm going to get another one of these boxes, the regular ETB, along with what they call a booster bundle, which is a brand new thing. It's a little box that comes with 6 booster packs, and it was like $20. So it's a pretty solid deal. Actually, I got it for like, I don't know, 18, 19 from this one place, because again, they were selling at a bit of a discount for having some issues with their warehouse. They were like relocating their warehouse or whatever. So yeah, fair enough. Alright, got nothing in that pack. Nothing at all. Anyway, I was also saying earlier, like, the set is, like, playable because it messes with this mechanic called the Lost Zone, which is something that shows up. It kind of comes in and out of the TCG, and it's been doing that for a long time, and, it's interesting. So, there are, like, a lot of, so, that's why, some of these cards have, like, this, like, blue and purple swirl on them. It implies that there's an effect related to the Lost Zone on those cards. So Rotom V also has it, which is pretty cool. Reversing and a Gudra. Oh, that's a holo. Okay, cool. For Hisuian Gudra, which was actually a mainstay on my team in Legends Arceus. But anyway, so yeah, so the Lost Zone stuff and all the cards that are going to mess with it. So a cool thing. That's like the highlight of this set, I guess. And of course, the big bad card that benefits from it the most is Giratina V, which is the card everybody wants. It's the big one. Ooh, a Reizu. Very cool. There's a full art Araizu. I wouldn't mind pulling that. I wonder how much that's going to cost. Probably not a crazy amount, but it would be really cool if I got it. I'm not lucky when it comes to getting, like, high value pulls, but the best luck I ever had, I peaked in the right place. Because, here's the thing. There's a reason why I really like Marnie. It's actually because of the trading card game. Because when I got into the trading card game, I realized that Marnie is legitimately the strongest card in the format. So everybody loves Marnie, and then I'm like, oh wait, this character like looks really cool. I'm going to start standing her now. And so I did. And one day, I just happened to open just a random wild pack, and it had a full art Rainbow Rare Marnie. That was the highlight of my entire collection. My entire career, I can retire because I'm never going to get anything better than that. Thing is, Rainbow Rares are not as good as regular full arts. Especially for supporters. Which is what Marnie is. But they're more rare than full arts. So, ooh, hello. Ooh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So this is one of the cool things about the recent sets is that they have what they call trainer galleries, which are these kind of rare cards, but they're you know, you can see there it's got like a cool little black and gold effect, and that's really cool. This is a lot cooler than the rainbow rares that they do for Pokemon and stuff like that. I kind of hope that they continue on with this style going forward. But it's interesting that they're actually not all that rare. And so they're actually very, very cheap cards to get. So that's cool, though. I really like the way they look. So that's cool. All right. And Mew VMAX is actually super, super strong. And I got a second V. All right. Right on. That's not bad. So anyway, so yeah, I pulled the most rare Marnie card possible, is what I'm saying. Which wasn't even the one I wanted, but doesn't matter. And I actually fucking screamed when that happened. I'm like, I can't believe this is real. I can't believe this is my life. This was meant to happen. Everything I've ever done has led me to that point. And yep. Alright. Cool. What is it? Only 2 packs left? Oh no, we're almost done. And we haven't pulled anything crazy, but I never expect to pull anything crazy because I never do pull anything crazy. And even if I do, it's not going to be as good as Rainbow Rare Marnie. Like I said, that was the peak. It's all downhill from here. Well, that's not true because we have character rare breaks in coming in next set. Silver Tempest. So I'm going to go all in on that set. I'm going to get these boxes, and I'm going to get booster boxes, and I'm going to make sure that I get that freaking character rare breaks in with Serena, because that card was literally made for me. So, it's going to happen. Got to do it. Oh man, another holo. Lots of holos, which are not actually that fun or exciting anymore, and that's unfortunate. So here's the last pack. This is basically going to be the end of the stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you were not tuned in and you instead watched later on, thank you for watching. However you enjoyed this stream, I really appreciate that. Someone would take their time, take time out of their day to come in, watch or listen to me say some crazy, crazy stuff. Really appreciate that. My thoughts could be heard by other people. And done. That's it. So that's our box. 2 Vs and a VMAX. But the VMAX is part of a character rare, and it's one of those cool black and gold cards that I actually like quite a bit. So, I can't complain too much. I'm happy with that. I'll accept it. I've had worse boxes than this. I've had boxes that were just 1 V, and that was it. I just ate shit, basically. That happens to you. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And now I'm good for a bit. So, like I said, this is going to be the end of it. Oh, now that shit totally away. And let's get this out of here so we can see the tier list again, because that was the actual stream. Whoa! Yeah. That's Pokemon. All the Pokemon games that matter and stuff like that. Alright, so we'll do this again at some point. Probably won't take as long. Hopefully it won't take me literally an entire day, because I don't think I can do this every single week. But again, thank you very much for watching or listening or whatever it is you did, however you found this, and however you enjoyed it.